Hey folks, day nine, and waddling cop who got there last inside the door and first out of the door. Then it will be only a minute in. Then just paced around for 9 straight minutes, doing nothing. Is still on the stand.
Yeah, I think
Prosecution
he's
is
still
treating.
on cross. I think
Yeah,
I don't know if we are on recross or recross, but I know
recross, redirect. I don't know, something of the sort.
I don't know. My brain couldn't compute stupid of, I guess we're going to talk about Adrian. I'm like, that's what we were supposed to be doing all this mother effing trial. Did you not like
Yeah,
I shouldn't be telling you how to do lawyer.
yeah. Okay, he's officially past Binger. Is
I
he at
yeah, I
Brennan? Is he at Brennan level?
I think Brennan had a smartness to him. This guy is
Yeah,
like Lowly levels of perceptiveness of how to read the room.
yeah. It's like watching what was her name? Heard's attorney, uh,
Oh, Elaine.
Elaine. Are we at Elaine level of bad? Objection. It was your own question. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I'm
here's the
having
thing.
PTSD.
Yeah, and I worry that the read of the room is, again, the defense is making a good point. Who's this? Why aren't they running? Why is he
Yeah,
charged?
yeah,
The more they make it clear that Adrian was one of the few people that did anything,
yeah.
I think that
Mm,
this is going to be another one of those trials that if you did not watch the trial and you are just watching the media, because
yeah,
even court TV seems to be putting only the prosecution stuff
yeah,
in the very emotional, you are going to be confused if he gets acquitted. You are going to be pissed off because you are not going to have understood what came out. And that's the thing. That's why I think the defense does need to put their case in,
yeah.
because
Mm,
they
yeah,
need to get it out.
yeah. Because they are competing against years of media, years of local narration, and pictures of dead and injured children.
Yeah, and I do worry that we're going to see more outbursts from the families as it becomes
Mm,
more and more evident that
yeah,
Adrian did the best he could.
yeah. Because the harder it is for the families to come to terms with the guy they have been blaming for all these years was the one who actually saved people.
Yeah, and the profound betrayal that the place that
Mm,
my child was supposed to be safe, that would
mm,
be doubly painful.
yeah,
I mean,
it's. I feel so. I feel besides everything the families has been through, but being lied to.
yeah, that's the part that
Yeah.
I really don't like. I
Mm,
really because let's objectively look at the case. There isn't one. There
yeah.
is not one, and
Mm,
a moral prosecutor, a prosecutor that was brave and didn't, care about reelection would say, look, there were a lot of things that went wrong, and we can do an investigation, we can do an inquiry,
Mm.
but charging someone just to have someone to charge, just to have someone to blame,
Yeah.
is not going to fix anything.
Mhm. I'm at a level. Okay, police chief. First of all, I don't, as you have pointed out several times, why is he charged with the injured and not the dead?
Is it because he
And
wasn't the first one there? And again, then Texas, if this becomes if this sets the precedent that whoever is on scene first, resource officers, do you think resource officers in the next, lethal thing, because let's just extrapolate that Uvalde isn't the only rural town
yeah,
that doesn't really care about, locks.
Mm.
Is that next RSO officer going to go straight there, or is he going to wait for the cops?
yeah. And one thing that we did see yesterday was, okay, yes, he went in before a Wadley cop. Yes, apparently he did stick, at least to what we know or could see. He was with somebody there at the car, but we don't know what he did before that. She,
Yeah.
the Volde, what's her face? She said she stayed with him for 2 to 7 minutes, but then again, she said she was in every classroom, opening doors, checking in for some odd reason.
Yeah, and I
He
do think
missed.
the defense made a really good point about the teacher sticking her head out. He's like,
Yeah,
alert can't work if teachers aren't following it too.
yeah. Flores, thank you, Turner. Flores. So yeah, but again, and then but the last thing I remember from yesterday before my brain shut off by pure, yeah, when the prosecutor said that time to that time is 1 minute and 3 seconds. Do you remember that?
Yeah, and I couldn't get that because I thought we had been pillaring
Three,
Adrian for 3 minutes.
yeah,
How can we be on day 9 and now the time has shifted?
yeah. Oh, that's why I didn't see. Okay, they have started. But that was
I guess we're done with
Good morning. Have a seat.
Caderas?
As we
Cordero?
recessed yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been passed for redirect to the state. Mr. Turner?
Mr. Parties have agreed to waive redirect and recross of this witness, Your Honor. We have no recross and no redirect, Judge.
Recall?
the prosecution. What when because prosecutor had his back against the juror when he did the thing with the whiteboard. Somebody must have told him, "Oh, the jury looked weird. Yeah, do not."
Yeah, I don't think and look, I think that this has always been a tale of two cases. If you buy what the state says, if you go by emotion, it is very easy not to like Adrian. But I think what has been more interesting is that both Nick and and I'm guessing a lot of you in chat came into this thinking, if that dirtbag stood in the hallway, let's round him up. Like,
Yeah.
why are we?
Yeah. Watch the first 20 minutes from Monday, or from first day one, or first half hour, or even first hour of my stream on day one. I'm basically wishing hellfire.
I felt like that up until I heard the state's opening statement, and then I was like, oh shit, they're not going on any facts. That's where my spidey sense was like, oh, we are in for some BS.
Yeah, he realized he has too many questions. Far too many. I mean, the moment he said 1 minute and 3 seconds, that's the last thing they might have heard before they went on lunch and then weekend. That will be an issue. Yeah.
Yeah, and I definitely think that there is something to be said for the way the defense has been very masterful. And
Yeah.
I really do think that if legal schools, if law schools do not show this footage of how to graciously and calmly not only lower the emotion of a very either reticent or hysterical witness, but then to also ask uncomfortable questions of that witness, that's a real skill. And I was
Yeah.
worried about it.
Yeah, but they have been handling these witnesses really good, the
Yes.
defense. All right, let's see what today brings then. It's not going to be a Wadley cop.
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay, sir. We have been released not subject to recall. We've been asking the other witnesses since the rule was invoked, please don't discuss it with anybody until you're aware the trial is over.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so he actually sat on the stand and then off
Cody
you fuck.
He is subject to recall, so we might see him again on the defense.
Yeah.
I'll have to look back in my notes, but I believe all the Texas Ranger witnesses are also subject to recall for the
Yeah.
defense.
Yeah.
Good morning. You raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the evidence in your testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
This is our witness stand over here. You'll have a seat. Adjust that microphone if you need to. You may proceed.
Tell us your name.
Cody Allen.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a Texas Ranger stationed in Midland, Texas.
Would you tell us about your background in law enforcement?
Yes, so I completed the DPS Academy in 2007, was a state trooper for approximately 6 years. After that, I was a special agent with our Criminal Investigations Division. And then I became a Texas Ranger in 2019.
Yes, I
And
believe
you
he
have
is from
specialized
accounting.
Training in crime scene investigations.
Yes, sir, my specialty is in 3D reconstruction, primarily with the Leica Geosystems product.
With the what?
Leica Geosystems product.
Tell us what the Leica Geosystem project is. Product, excuse me.
Sure, it's we have a variety of 3D scanners that create and document a crime scene in 3D. They're 3D scanners that take distance measurements, which then take those distance measurements and turn them into a point cloud or a virtual cloud of the crime scene.
And is that Leica scanner, is that a constant product in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, not only in law enforcement, but also in the private sector for construction, engineering, architecture.
Okay. And can you tell us in general how you use the Leica scanner at Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir. We use it to document the crime scene all the way from the vehicle.
I thought it wasn't used, or
Yeah,
they had one guy up there. Let's stick
yeah, all of the
things into
ballistic
bullet holes.
were asked, did you use the laser scanner? Was one available? And they said, no, we did not use one.
And here's somebody who did. When did he get there? A month later?
Where did Dilbert, Texas Ranger come from?
I have no idea. This case is so confusing.
Vehicle crash to that west building of the school, inside and out, to create a 3D model, an accurate 3D model of the crime scene.
And the Leica scanner, if used properly, creates an accurate product.
Yes, sir, very accurate.
And as you evaluated the work that y'all did out there at Robb School, did it create a product that you can share with the jury?
Yes, sir.
Specifically as to distances
Yes, sir.
and as to the south side of the fourth grade wing at Robb Elementary.
Yes, sir.
And did you provide some show and tell so the jury could understand the distances?
Yes, sir.
Now, your work shows distance, but it doesn't show time. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So the time to cover a distance would have to come from another source.
Yes, sir.
It just shows the distance.
Yes, sir.
So whether it takes 12 seconds to cover a distance or it takes 45 seconds to cover a distance, you can't tell us about that. All you can tell us is how far the distance is.
Correct, sir.
We would have to refer to body cameras or other things to determine how long it took to cover that distance.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and it's also different if you have somebody who can run and one person who
Yeah.
does a
also-
seal walk.
Yeah, there's a difference because, yes, it might typically take a normal person, whatever you call normal, 10 seconds to walk. Are they under fire? Are they taking cover? Are they getting information from a hysterical female witness? Yes, you could make that distance in 10 seconds. The state is utterly underhanded in what they're trying to do right now.
Yeah.
But I don't think he wants to bring up the time of his, last officer sprint.
I mean, it's different if compare Usain Bolt with the Barney the dinosaur. Of course, it's going to make a difference. Jesus Christ!
And all the defense has to do is
Showing you
that doesn't take into
exhibit
account
6,
being under fire.
8, 4, and 5. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Is this the work that you produced as part of using your Leica system?
Yes, sir.
Tender to the defense for admission.
So, yeah, it's 4, 5, 6, and 8. Is it for demonstrative or you're offering it?
I'm offering it.
4, 5, 6, and 8.
How much was their Kinko's budget or budget?
Just to make it clear, Your Honor, we have reserved the early numbers for poster boards and the photographs started later on. That's why these seem to be out of order.
We already have that 8, so that'll go up 13, can we make that one 7?
Okay. And instead of 8, we offered a 7. So let's make that change now.
So, I'm sorry, what are the numbers again?
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, thank you.
Would you please approach? We're going to demonstrate these distances for the jury.
The demonstratives in this trial is remarkably good. I have to say the visualizations, the posters, the stuff. I mean, compared to almost every other trial I covered here, it's really good. But it's like putting lipstick on a pig.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice looking air. I mean,
And we got jurors all the way across. So
maybe there will be another trial with actual evidence coming out of that court that we can look at in the future.
starting with states. Exhibit 6.
Couldn't even get it right side up.
Familiarize us with the building that we're looking at.
Yes, sir. Your parking lot, where the teachers were parking is here on the bottom of the board. Towards the top of the board would be towards the other area of the school.
And how was this product, States Exhibit 6, how was it produced?
Sure, so the scanner creates a cloud of points that are distance measured. such as any 3D model you may be familiar with virtual reality or anything like that, but extremely accurate.
Yeah, everybody
We'll
over the age
typically
of 50 knows exactly
photograph
this.
a picture of the
What?
data from a certain distance down. So this one's from the top down.
Mo,
Yeah.
his simplification here. What was he talking about?
The Harry Potter magic that controls the internet and made whatever he is telling us about. Since it is 2026 and I don't know if he's a technologist in his religion, I won't make fun of it. This isn't, it takes multiple, it takes, measurements of multiple points of any scene and is able to extrapolate from those points to make a 3D, grid or rendering. Look, it uses math and magic. That's what I would say if I were an expert. Math and magic and hopefully not meth.
I'm just going to... let's see here. Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi, approximately 24.3% of the population aged 25 and over holds a bachelor's degree or higher. 85% has a high school diploma or higher. So there's a big drop-off after high school when it comes to higher education in Corpus Christi. And here he is, like virtual reality. And I believe statistically, half of the jury is going cross-eyed.
You know what? Can we give an honorable mention to this court reporter's repertoire of what the fuck faces? She just absolutely the best. She needs to be the court reporter for all of my trials. Just like
the look on her face is, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
She's like, I thought Carney stayed in the circus.
Damn you to hell, Satan. Damn you to hell, Satan.
She's like, where is your...
That's
your,
black magic.
Yeah, she's like, where is your group leader? Who let you out unattended?
What the fuck did I just type?
Every day she wakes up, drinks a bottle of gin, like, what the hell am I in for today?
Can we go back to drunk drivers, please?
You know what? Actually, Court TV, you want to make $1 billion? Just have this chick, her face, over the audio of the court.
Yeah, over the audio, and instead of boob cam, just her expressions. Please, Court TV.
Because you are like... Not that I'm thinking of my next short, but not that I'm thinking of my next short, because I have blazers, I have a face, and I am confused.
Mm. But let's Dilbert, the Texas Ranger. Let's have him keep explaining how easy and everything is with this. But here's the thing, folks. I know what this is. I mean, but his explanation made me go, what?
And then from that, we're able to create accurate measurements. All these points that are created in here are measurable points. As the scanner hits a certain point on a wall, 2 million points a second, and creates this cloud.
And so
Now,
all
why is he talking about the cloud?
The building as it appeared as far as the outline according to the scanner.
Yes, sir. The only thing that's not here is the roof. As the scanner cannot see the roof, it's a line of sight instrument that has to see it to scan it.
So it's as if the roof has been taken off.
Correct, sir. Just the ceiling tiles are left.
And when
What the fuck is going on?
Raise the roof? Why am I getting the scene from Animal House? The roof is on fire. This is why I can't be a professional. This completely accurate. Also,
Mm.
when did accurate become two words? Acker and Rit?
Mm. Yeah, it's
You have missed Tech Talk with Dilbert,
yeah.
Texas Ranger.
I mean, for, do you, folks, do you know what they could have done? They could have taken the numbers they got from that and applied on Google Maps.
But Nick, how would they have spent all the $1,000 from their Staples budget?
Oh no.
Did y'all use this scanner?
I believe it was the day after the shooting and the day after that, sir.
And the vehicles that are pointed out there, were they?
Did
in
they
that
only do
place,
it
or
on the
was that-
outside?
This was
Wait.
as it was when
Oh, well, we have to wait and see. We have to wait and see if they only used it on the outside of the
I
building.
believe they went into the rooms where the shooting took place, or maybe one of the rooms. Because the way
Okay.
they said it, they said one room, but since they were connected, I don't know if they're counting it as just one big room, or if they're going to go into 111 and 112.
Okay, so when they talked to the other who poked holes, he didn't use one of these scanners, but this guy did. Okay.
Yeah.
I arrived the day after the shooting.
And the parking lot, the way it appeared.
Yes, sir.
And so starting with State's Exhibit number 6, we have a measurement. Is that from the end of this walkway, so that if somebody were stepping off of this walkway and heading to the south door of the 4th grade wing?
Yes, sir. This is the overhang that was covered sidewalk all the way down, from that covered sidewalk all the way down to that south entrance of the school.
And tell the jury what the distance is from the walkway all the way to the south door.
For this measurement, it was 46 yards or 138 feet with a little change on both ends.
Okay. And as to whether that took
This is very, very exact. It's so many yards plus change. What? So not that exact.
And what are we measuring? Again, there's no reason to measure and to take the distance that an average person would walk in that time to prove that Adrian didn't do it, therefore he's guilty, because that's just under all normal situations. I mean, again, if you move tactically, not stupidly, which even the expert that did the paintball, training said.
took a little over 12 seconds, we would have to look to the body cam or somebody else, not to you.
Yes, sir. This is all I can tell you is the distance measurement.
State's Exhibit 7.
Still outdoors.
Make sure it's oriented the same. Is this the same diagram that we've been looking at, the Leica scanner production,
Yes, sir.
in the same condition?
Yes, sir.
What is the measurement in State's Exhibit 7 showing us?
43 yards or 129 feet. Again, some change on both ends.
And what is the distance from and to?
From would be the officer's patrol car door. Is where I took the measurement from the driver's door all the way to where the door would be in that south entrance.
So just about 3 yards shorter than the distance that we measured from the coming off of this walkway to that area.
I believe so, sir.
Close to the same distance. Thank you. And now showing you State's Exhibit 4. Can you tell us, is this the same overview that we've seen in the other
Yes, sir.
two diagrams? And what is the distance that you've marked here?
This was from the patrol car's driver's door, again, that same point, all the way to the edge that southwest corner where the AC and chain link fence was, coming up to that west wall.
So that's an additional 10 yards that from the south door to the west wall.
Yes, sir. Approximately.
And the difference between 129 feet and 138 feet, about 9 feet.
Yes, sir.
Could you stand about 9 feet away from the jury rail?
Just
Okay.
off the top of my head, sir, it'd probably be around here. I'm about 6 feet tall, so
And about how many steps is that? Just normal steps for you?
I'm about 6 feet tall, which means he's not 6 foot tall. That makes it him better at measuring 9 feet away.
And what does this prove that 9 feet in a safe courtroom with Dilbert, Texas Ranger here?
about 4, sir, 4.5.
Just 4.5 walking steps. And State's Exhibit 6. Let's see, I just did that. I'm supposed to grab this one.
Jesus, he doesn't even know which one he's supposed to use.
State's Exhibit 5. Is this the same Leica production that you've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Is there an additional measurement on this?
Yes, sir.
And what is the measurement?
It's of the west wall of the school from the corner of that AC vent all the way to that south door, including to that where it intersects and then up due to barriers in between.
So it's not just a straight line, it's a straight line plus an additional if you have to turn and go up the walkway.
Approximately, sir.
And so the total distance is how much?
Be about 66 yards, sir. So about 198 feet.
So this is 62 yards to here
Yes, sir.
and then another 4 yards here, just so we understand.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
What? What?
They're bringing him in because I bet the next person is going to be Mendoza Blue, so Jesus, and he had a body cam, I believe. So they're probably going to play something like he ran down the sidewalk in 8 seconds. Therefore, ipso facto, Adrian could have run and saved all the children in 9 seconds.
Oh, I actually found you saw he was walking out of frame there when he did the 4 steps is 9 feet. I think I found the missing.
I mean, that explains it.
Yeah. So there it is. Okay.
All right, defense, do your magic. I want to see Dilbert cry.
Yeah. So those were the outdoor measurements.
May I proceed, Judge? Please. Thank you. Ranger Allen, my name is Jason Goss. I represent Adrian Gonzales along with my co-counsels, Nico and Gary. I guess to start out, you know, we've not met before, but I have met the subject of your expertise before, the Leica scanner. So I want to talk a little bit about the Leica and what it does, and then what it doesn't do, right?
Yes, sir.
So you are measuring distances. Well, the Leica will measure distances that somebody like you can, because when it comes in like raw, and there's just points everywhere. And then somebody like you has to, I say scrub it, but maybe clean it, to where you can actually look into it and see the distance between 2 points. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And then, and that, that just takes knowledge of computer program and really inputting and telling the computer program what to do.
Yes, sir.
And what I mean by that is that you would, because for instance, so we've been using this big map, the states exhibit 4, 5, 6, and 7. That was the state asking you to go into the program and do certain things.
Correct.
And I'm presuming that the government, they could have asked you to do any distances from anywhere that the Leica scanner caught, and you would have gone in and you would have done those distances.
Correct.
Right. So what we saw was the slice that they asked of you, and you applied and you did your job, and you said, yeah, I can tell you these distances, and these distances, right?
Correct, sir.
But the distances don't tell what kind of stress a person's under.
Correct, sir.
They don't tell what a person can see or what a person is perceiving or how they're perceiving it.
Correct, sir.
Right. So, and additionally, I want to show you. So just so we can get an idea, your Leica, you have that pointer? Thank you. Just so you can reach it, just point it for you. Can you show the jury all the places that we could have gotten? And what I mean by that is I'm sure your Leica didn't get the points over here.
No, sir.
Right. You placed it. How many different placements did you have to do to get the data that you collected?
A total, sir, 145.
So you moved that thing 145 times?
Yes, sir.
And when I talk about placements, what I mean is there's a tripod with a Leica. You do it in an area, it'll gather the data for that area, and then you have to move it to somewhere else.
Correct, sir.
Yeah, and it's a 360 degree. So it measures everything in a 360. Then you move it 20 yards away. It gathers all the information. But the state only wanted, let's look at only the outside of the building, and especially the south side. Why didn't you measure how far is it up to the funeral home?
Yeah.
How far is it to the fence?
Yeah. How fast was the assailant going? Because if you have the distance and you know what time he entered the school, you can find out whether he was walking or running, how fast he was.
Yeah, because we have the time of crash. We have when he started shooting at them and where he was.
I wonder when the investigation turned from an investigation to who are we going to pin this on?
Yeah.
Because these are very specific points, and I'm guessing these were all in relation to just the suspect, the shooter, and then they were able to cherry pick what they wanted. But when did they decide to focus on Adrian?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they charged Adrian until over a year later.
Yeah, it was a lot later.
Let's see here. He was indicted in June 2024 by the grand jury, so over 2 years later. So is that after the official reports or before?
Yeah, and again, they had all this information, and it took him 2 years to make this stunning case. It would be interesting to see the transcripts of the grand jury if we could get access to them, which we can't.
Let's see here. Texas House Investigative Committee report was done by July 17th, 2022. The DPS, June 2022. DOJ, January 2024. City of Uvalde, March 2024. CBP, September 12th, 2024.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to be doing a deep dive into these reports and see where they agree and differ, because it's very, very interesting how these things can be recorded by different localities.
Yeah.
Somewhere else. And I'll say, just from my experience with it, that 145 times is a pretty big area to move a Leica that much.
Yes, sir.
And that's probably, I'm assuming, because you had to move it different places outside, but you also went inside. And then the Leica can't see through walls, so you have to move it for each room.
Correct, sir.
Did you have to move it sometimes several places in a room?
Yes, sir.
All right, so all that together would account for it. Can you just show us with the pointer on the map, how many, what is the total area that your Leica scan covered with all the 140 something places?
I can tell you, so the total area that was used in the final product.
Sure, okay.
As it will hit, it's a line of sight instrument, so it may see something way off.
Right.
However, those points were turned off and not used, as they were not pertinent for it. So we focused on the area of the crash here where the X is, and then went around that building through the parking lot also, so we could capture, because it's line of sight. We want to make sure we can see in between cars, and then inside both doors.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because it sounded like from where you pointed, or it looked like that like Geraldine, you kind of cut off. You cut off everything Geraldine and North.
Yes, sir.
What about this intersection right here? Did the Leica capture the distance between somewhere like here and somewhere like this west door?
I would have to look at that data precisely, sir.
It would take a lot, but I guess you did do from the crash.
Yes, sir.
And this is pretty much even from the crash.
Yes, sir.
Did the government ask you to calculate the distance between, like, for instance, I don't know if you know this, but we know it now, that there were 3 police cars that were set up at this corner, like with line of sight to that west door. Did they ask you to calculate the distance between these cars and that west door?
No, sir.
All right. And as far as
Of course they didn't.
the distance around, so a car driving from here and driving around the school, coming in over here on the front side of the school, did you calculate any of those distances?
No, sir.
All right. So when we talk about, you can just leave your pointer there. I might need it again. When we talk about
So this was
I
never
guess when we talk about
an investigation about what actually happened. It was an investigation. Who can we pin it on? Adrian, who can we pin it on? So they did all of these measurements, and then they said, well, we're only going to focus, because our case is against Adrian, we will not check a single damn thing that might speak against it.
Yeah.
That's not how you are supposed to investigate. You are supposed to investigate who's at fault, if anybody is at fault,
Yeah.
and then narrow down as you get more information. It seems like, okay, we have this information, we have all of that. Okay, there's only 2 people left we can blame this on, the police chief and Adrian Gonzales. So let's focus our investigation on that.
Yeah.
what you had, though, I don't know, maybe from that distance around Geraldine to the front of the school.
I'm speeding up.
Could you
I don't
have
want
calculated
to.
that if they asked you to, like from the south part of running along the south part of Geraldine around to the front of the school?
No, sir. Geraldine was congested with a lot of law enforcement vehicles, command trailers, news media, such as that.
Sure. So I guess what you mean by that is that you would not have been able to place it at the time that you were there the day after. You would not have been able to place it due to the congestion.
Correct.
But they didn't ask you to go back when it wasn't so congested and do it either.
That's correct.
Right. You did that one time, one scan that comprised of a lot of different scans, and then that was the only day you went out there to do it.
Roughly, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
The, as far as the shell casings. So I want to ask about shell casings in that one of the things that a Leica could do is it can show the distance between shell casings that were on the scene inside the coverage area that you did.
Yes, sir.
And were you able to in the scanner, were you able to differentiate where the shell casings were?
All that was there, sir, when I scanned the outside were flags, and those
Okay.
flags represented cartridge cases.
Okay, so the flags were still there, the cases had been collected.
Yes, sir.
But I don't think anybody has any reason to believe that anything was different. And I don't think that you have any reason to believe that those flags didn't accurately represent what the shell casings were.
I believe they were accurate, sir.
Sure, and I think you're right. We don't have any reason to believe otherwise. So just so we can understand, so what the Leica can see is they can see flags that represent shell casings. Let's say the flags weren't there and the shell casings were there. Could they see the shell casings in the grass? Could the Leica see that?
There's different variables, sir, with that. It's line of sight, depending if it can see it in the grass or not, and how tall the grass is. There's multiple variables there, sir.
And that's what I wanted to understand. But once you had a flag up there, the Leica would see all those flags.
Yes, sir.
All right, so did the state ask you to calculate any distances between shell casings?
No, sir.
And when I don't know if you can do this from memory, since they didn't actually calculate it, did you get a clean product as far as like, even though we don't have them in big pictures here, distances, did you?
Yeah,
ultimately
folks,
do
hit the
see what
thumbs
your
up,
shell
please.
casings are,
Hit
and
the
you could
thumbs
have
up.
calculated the distance?
I can see where the flags were, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. And you're right, it is flags. Shell casings were picked up, but I guess the shell casing representation, right? So you said that the Leica covered this area here.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember in your report, did you have any shell casings that the Leica picked up or any shell casing representatives in this field out here?
I don't remember any of them out here, sir. I remembered some that were close to here and close to that sidewalk there.
Okay, so so the shell casings went here, like kind of down here around the sidewalk, and then up the building. You saw flags here
Yes, sir.
as well. Okay, so nothing out here,
Not that I can remember, sir.
nothing out here on the south,
No, sir.
right? Nothing out here. All right, so, and to be honest, the jury's already seen, those pictures and the flags and everything else. And really what the Leica would do is it wouldn't pick up any more than they had already flagged out.
Correct, sir.
So, but you would also know the distances between them. You could know the distances between them accurate to sometimes a millimeter.
Correct, sir.
Pass witness.
And does a photograph show exactly where a casing is? A photograph of a casing.
No, sir.
It doesn't show where the casing is,
It would show a general area of that, sir, but not a distance accurate measurement.
but it shows it along with where the jet is.
Yes, sir.
And is that why photographers do both the casing, the marker, and then back off so that you can see where it is in location?
Yes, sir.
So those three photographs together tell you exactly where the
Yes, sir.
casing is. That's what.
Did you see the smug smile
He,
on the prosecution?
yeah, God, he's such a slimy little butt monkey.
And I mean, he said, "Oh, we can measure distances exactly, and we can do that and do that." Why wouldn't you be able to do that with? Because triangulation, folks. If he went all the way around there and saw all these flags, then the program for this can do a triangulation between different, as more or less pinpoint exactly where those flags were, and also in relation to each other.
Yes, and here's the thing. Yeah, maybe in a case with 1 to 2 shell casings, there were hundreds of shell casings. I have entire pages just covered with, State's Exhibit 37D, shell casing spent, one with a scuff mark. There were so many that, yeah, in a normal case with maybe 1 or 2, maybe even up to 10, you can kind of keep your head around that. There were hundreds of them. And he's like, they'll just look at pictures.
Yeah.
I don't have anything further, Judge.
Recall?
No.
Okay, sir, you are excused, not subject.
So that was the entirety of what he did. Scanned distances at scanned everywhere, but the prosecution only asked for those specific measurements.
Recall, we've asked that you not discuss the case until you're aware the trial's over.
Hey, cats.
You're dismissed, please.
Nick Hill?
Happy Friday.
Yeah.
And yes, folks, Slightly Buzzed Friday show is on for today. Let's see here. I put it on for at what time? 5:30 today. 5:30. So 5:30. Of course, I do believe we're going to talk about this case. Other than that, I have updates about serial pregnancy scammer Laura Owens. She lied again, under oath, in court. And also,
She's a treat that just keeps on
Yeah.
giving.
yeah. And also, more locally, a Swedish case. The person now known as Wilma, who is in jail for a dismemberment murder. We found out that the person now formerly known under a male name, now known under Wilma Anderson, is the same name as a 2006 dismemberment victim. Which, okay. So this person, now known as Wilma, I have to be careful how to address that. Kind of planned for quite some time during person now known as Wilma previous prison stint for kidnapping and assaulting a minor. And apparently nobody in that facility took notice.
Y'all have fjords. I don't understand how people don't go. I mean, allegedly, like, they were out hiking.
Yeah, so we're going to talk a bit about that case. It's a Swedish murder case. So yeah, we have murders over here as well, with some strangeness to it.
Do we know where he was when the other dismemberment victim was dismembered? Because it seems kind of weird to name yourself after someone who was a victim of the same crime that you're alleged to have done.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, the person formerly now known as Wilma Anderson, this is quote unquote her.
Were their parents siblings? Because I think we figured out a lot.
Person now known as Wilma is held in a female jail. Because now known as Wilma.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, we're going to talk.
Awesome.
We are going to talk about that case.
Everything is cool when you don't notice things. Everything is awesome. You know what's sad, but he's going to win Eurovision next year. You slap some Lycra and, play a funny song, Eurovision, Sweden rules.
Yeah. So it's a perfect case to talk about during Slightly Buzzed because, oh my God, we are going to need alcohol for that one.
Yes.
All right. Back to trial. And as per usual, we are running behind. Let's see who the next witness is and what he didn't do. She. Or if it's a any teachers left,
I don't.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea where we're going next because I would think that they would bring the officer with the next body cam in because that'll do it.
That'll do it. Yeah, that's a difficult wank.
Yes. As I often say, that's gonna have to think of England. When thinking about Margaret Thatcher is the better alternative, that's the timeline that we're in.
You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And so you'll hear a witness stand, adjust that microphone if you need to.
Oh God, Texas Ranger Doogie Howser.
You proceed.
Thank you. Tell us your name.
My name is Nick Hill.
What do you do for a living?
Can we please get a phone book so he can reach the microphone?
Okay, what is up with these Texas Rangers and their eyebrows escaping them? Like their eyebrows would not like to be focused or photographed with their faces.
I'm sorry, I missed his name.
Nick Hill.
Oh wait a minute. Do you have a?
You proceed.
Thank you. Tell us your name.
My name is Nick Hill.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the Texas Department of Public Safety assigned to the Homeland Security Division.
And what do you do with the Homeland Security Division of the Texas Department of Public Safety?
I primarily conduct investigative analysis for capital felony prosecutions as well as investigations. that have a
Oh,
large
the
amount
guy
of
who was.
affiliated with them.
So is that the analyst part of what you're talking about?
Yeah, is this the guy who was supposed to be at the crash site and ended up at the other
I think
end
his
of the
name
school?
was Randy.
Randy. Yeah, Randy. No, not Randy Hill. Okay. So another one who is not a first responder.
Yes.
And tell us what your career in law enforcement has been.
I've been a police officer for approximately 20 years. I started with the Flower Mountain Police Department. I was with them for approximately 6 years. Then came to work for the Texas Department of Public Safety, and I've been with the Texas Department of Public Safety for approximately 15 years.
And what has been your progression through the Department of Public Safety?
I started out as a highway patrol trooper assigned to the Texas Highway Patrol Division. I was a trooper for approximately 3 years and a highway patrol corporal for.
And he was
4 years.
driving an
Then
RC.
promoted to Texas Ranger in the Texas Rangers Division and was a Texas Ranger for approximately 6 years. I promoted to lieutenant in the Homeland Security Division, my current.
Jokes
position.
aside,
I've
he
been
might
in
be
that position for
excellent at his
approximately 2
job.
years.
Jokes
Can you
aside.
review with us your experience or training as far as data analysis?
Yes. I have an undergraduate degree in accounting from Texas A&M University, and I have a Master of Science degree in accounting and information management systems.
I was joking about the accounting division of the Texas Rangers, but y'all, God bless you, Texas. You made my reality. I wear a pocket protector as well as a holster. I have a Casio calculator. Would you like to see? It's semi-automatic. I love that I can tell the future, but only on ridiculous things like this.
Yeah, this is if you had a superpower and then somebody says, yes, but here's the downside of it. Yeah, you can tell the future, but only stupid stuff. And I mean, folks, if you just joined, we have both me and Mo have gone from fuck the defendant to why are we here for the past 8 days. So
yeah,
this stream, we have gone from being quite serious in our approach to now it's so bad and ridiculous that despite the surrounding horrifics, this is so stupid.
What data is he going to analyze? Again, what could he possibly bring to this? I can't wait for the state, because you can tell that the state feels like this case is going well for him. Now, I don't know what trial he's watching.
Yeah.
systems from Texas A&M University. I spent approximately 8 years in a career prior to law enforcement. I worked primarily as a financial accountant, a financial auditor, as well as an information systems designer and implementer, which meant I designed database systems for large amounts of information and developed systems for analyzing that large amount of information.
And where were you stationed May 24th, 2022?
Lampasas.
How far is that from Uvalde?
It's approximately 4 hours
And did you go to Uvalde that day or the next?
that day.
How is it that you got called to Uvalde?
I was notified of an active shooter event in the early afternoon on that Tuesday, May 24th. I responded to Robb Elementary as a Texas Ranger assigned to the Company F crime scene team.
And when you say active shooter event, what is active shooter event?
It's an event where there is a shooter, one or more shooters that are continuously using gunfire or some other type of deadly attack in a confined location.
And when you got there, were Rangers divided into various tasks?
Yes,
Did some Rangers question witnesses?
yes,
And then others did crime scene?
yes.
How many crime scenes were part of this overall investigation of Robb School?
There were several crime scenes.
And was that, did this investigation include the shooting on V Street,
Correct, yes,
as well as where the truck wrecked out on Grove Street,
yes,
and then Robb Elementary School, the campus?
correct. And the individual rooms within the fourth grade building.
So did that present a pretty big task for the Texas Rangers?
Yes,
And did y'all also enlist help from the FBI because of how complicated or how much of a crime scene it was?
yes.
Okay. So you arrive about when on May 24th?
Shortly before 5 p.m.
And how did you busy yourself the first day?
As soon as I arrived, just within a few minutes, I was assigned to go conduct 2 interviews with 2 funeral home employees. I proceeded to the funeral home, conducted those interviews, and then was redirected to the fourth grade building to work with the team for victim identification.
And how did you work with the team with victim identification?
I was one of the photographers, so I took the photographs of the inside and outside of fourth grade building. And I also assisted with identifying the victims and carefully preparing the victims for transportation to the medical examiner's office.
And I think we've already had testimony about how the victims were identified.
Why is the Texas Ranger accountant preparing the victims for transport to the medical examiner's office and not personnel from the medical examiner's office?
Maybe, and this is being charitable, maybe they were overwhelmed. I mean, this is a
Yeah.
very, very small town.
Mm.
Maybe they had never experienced this. And in wanting to get the children back to their parents as much as they could, I'm guessing they wanted to do this fairly quickly.
Yeah, I understand that, but from a investigative standpoint, you want people there not disturbing crime scene also. I from the emotional, yeah, I get it. I absolutely get it. But
Maybe, and again, if I'm trying to see it in the light most charitable, maybe the Texas Rangers, maybe, again, it does seem like you have to go through several steps of law enforcement to get to the Texas Rangers. Maybe the 3-week class that we've been making fun of is more for these bigger events. So they may be more equipped to do this because they're called in on these bigger scenes.
yeah, maybe. I just found it strange.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just had a lot of people that wanted to feel like they were helping. I don't know.
Yeah.
But you were part of that process.
Yes,
But am I correct that you also took photographs that afternoon, that first afternoon?
yes.
And where did you take photographs?
Those photographs I took of the interior of the fourth grade building.
And was that then, were there still victims in the building when you took those photographs?
Yes,
So you took photographs to document kind of generally the scene, and then you worked with the victims.
yes,
And you went to the funeral home to talk to 2 employees.
yes.
Was that all you did that day, or in general, the major things that you did that day?
Those were my primary duties that day.
So the next day, you reported back to Robb Elementary,
Yes.
and what did you do then?
I started by photographing the exterior of the fourth grade building and some interior photography. I then was assigned to process the shooter's vehicle that had crashed into the culvert, and 2 other rangers and myself processed that vehicle.
And in addition to that, did you make a second trip to the funeral home?
Yes.
What
Later
was the purpose of that?
that day, there were some questions about surveillance video from the funeral home. So actually, it was early evening. I went to the funeral home and retrieved the surveillance video from Hillcrest.
So he is the one who retrieved the surveillance video, but those were shown on day 1 and 2. Isn't he the
Yeah.
one who is supposed to proffer that he did the collection? Or was
You
it
would-
stipulated to, and now he's
I-
here for another reason?
I believe it might have been stipulated to.
Yeah.
I guess I'm trying to figure out if
Yeah.
he was in charge of a part or we're just bringing him in to show more graphic photos, which is what I'm worried about since they did say that he was the photographer, and the jury has seen the photos before or after the children were moved. There were still blood stains, so this might be the time where they're really going to start laying it on.
Yeah, but they also seen pictures of the kids at the medical examiners.
But
And
I'm
at
guessing they were
hospital-
cleaned.
Yeah, but that it's still the prejudicial and probative. If they already shown multiples,
We might be coming up to our 11th sidebar then.
yeah.
Memorial Funeral Home.
When you retrieved the video, are you able to determine the accuracy of the timing on the video?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I took out my Apple iPhone and snapped a photo of the live screen for the surveillance system, which the timestamp on my phone is synchronized through Apple, and Apple synchronizes all of their time through the atomic clock. So it's a very accurate time.
So our Apple phones are much better than a funeral home video or a body camera.
It can be, yes.
Okay. And so you knew that your Apple phone was correct, and you compared that to the funeral home?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury about the accuracy of the funeral home tapes?
The funeral home tapes were approximately 2 seconds. There was a variance between the timestamp on my photograph and what the funeral home surveillance video was timestamped with.
And so you have reviewed the funeral home videos, have you not?
Yes.
And there is a black,
And Judge, just to save, sorry, Bill, to save some time, we'll stipulate to the times.
I just want to show which one. it
Okay, I
is.
just wanted to let you know, we'll stipulate to the times.
Thank you. Okay, well, just real quickly then, so the jury can know if they go back. The black time is the funeral home time, but you added the accurate time, the real time, is that correct?
Correct.
That's in white,
Yes.
so the real time would be in white, and is that true for all of these videos, body cams, dash cams? If we see the white time, that is your work.
Yes.
You actually added to the video.
Correct.
Thank you. On the second day, before I get to that, did you do any other searches other than what you have just described? In other words, did you return to Robb Elementary later to retrieve a few more pieces of evidence?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I transitioned into another role after my duties on Wednesday, and part of that role, I was working with Ranger Robert Talbo. And if there was evidence items that was located after the first couple of days, then Ranger Matavo and I would go out and photograph those items and collect them from where they were found.
And so did you do that with regard to Robb School?
Yes.
And we've seen photographs, but were you part with Montalvo recovering 2 casings on the west side of the fourth grade wing,
Yes.
and 2 casings from room 112,
Yes.
and a trigger system from room 111?
Yes.
Now, taking you back to the second day that you were out there, were the markers for the casings on the west side still out there?
On the first day, I don't recall seeing the markers. On the second day, yes.
That was my question, the second day.
Yes.
And so did you compare where the markers were in comparison to perhaps bullets had struck the building in 104 and 102.
Wait a minute. They had access to Leica radar imaging, and they are choosing to put this guy on the stand to say, can you give us an estimation? What the
What is this going to prove? We know that he shot along the windows as he was walking by. Okay, let's see where the hell this is going.
Yeah, this did not go the way I thought this testimony would have gone.
Yes, when I was photographing the exterior of the fourth grade building on that second day, that Wednesday, I was looking for projectile defects or bullet holes that would be either in the windows or in the brick.
Thank you. Showing you State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes,
Is this a fair and accurate representation of not only where the casings were found, but in relationship to bullet strikes into 104
yes,
and 102
yes,
and the building there at Broad Elementary?
yes.
Did you know?
State Office
Wait,
But-
Nick,
Exhibit
can you pause? I'm
Yeah.
not trying to be stupid here, but you can have a pile of casings, can you not, and a bunch of bullet holes, but you can't tell which casing led to which bullet hole.
Yeah, he can go, hey, I'm going to shoot over there. Then he walks, dun, 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 dun. Now I'm going to shoot over there.
Oh God, are we getting to the upside down force multiplier? Could go left, and then he's shooting in the field. Not again. Also, Nick, are you allowed to just use an Apple Watch to authenticate time?
I don't know. I'm
Well, here's my thing. If we don't know
Yeah.
the algorithm, I mean, they can say they use the atomic clock, but are they?
Yeah,
We don't
to-
have
to-
access to the algorithm to
yeah,
actually prove
to
it.
my knowledge, in Apple you can use both the automatic, but if you travel a lot over time zones, you stick with manual time setting. How do we know?
Judge, may I go down real briefly? All right. Ranger Hill, I'll be asking you some questions in a second, but just for clarity. This X here
Which one?
on 104, I'm sorry, on here on the wing. on-
Room 24?
Yes, sir. Are you just, does this X just mark a defect? Or are you testifying that this is coming from a certain area? Or are you just determining that's a defect?
It's just documenting the defect.
Okay, thank you. No objection.
Submit.
Yeah, me.
Would you step forward so that we can-
Yeah, I have no idea how this will prove
Could you give us an overview of what we're looking at?
what Adrian did or didn't do.
This is a Google Earth image of the Robb Elementary campus, as well as the Geraldine Street, South Grove Street, and the Hillcrest
Sir, can you
Memorial.
speak up, please?
This is a Google Earth overview of the Robb Elementary campus, as well as Geraldine Street, South Grove Street, and the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home.
And on this diagram, are there yellow numbers?
Yes,
And what do the yellow numbers indicate?
the yellow numbers are markers that the FBI used to mark the location of fired cartridge casings.
And would you show us in general terms where those markers were? And describe what you're pointing at.
They're going to be numbers in yellow. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a marker number or a tent number that the FBI used to mark each one of those cartridge casings.
And so you have them first at the south side of the parking lot, is that correct?
Yes,
And then moving to the top of the diagram, where's the next group of casings?
On the south side of the west parking lot, we have a collection of cartridge casings. And then once we reach the west wall of the fourth grade building, we have sequences of fire cartridge casings as we move north along the west wall.
And as you saw those cartridge casings, is that where you looked for where bullets may have defect, I suppose, where they hit something in relationship to the location of those casings?
Yes, I looked along the west wall as well as any vehicles that were remaining in the west parking lot at the time.
And in front, does this diagram also have classroom numbers?
Yes,
I want to focus first on classroom 102. Were there defects in 102?
yes.
Where were the defects?
From the west wall, which is where the window was at, there were defects in the window to the exterior.
And how many defects were there?
5.
And how many casings are there directly across from?
5.
The same number of casings as defects in the window.
Yes.
And now as we move south from room 102, were there additional casings?
Yes.
And how many additional casings were there?
There were 8 fire cartridge casings along this area right here, the south portion of the west parking lot.
Would that be multiple casings?
Correct.
Would it be multiple casings?
Correct.
Would it be multiple casings?
There were 8 cartridge casings in that location.
Not the time to giggle.
And now moving up north of the wall, was there an additional defect in the west wall at Robb Elementary?
In room 104, by the time I arrived on scene, this window had already been broken out to a certain extent to help evacuate children, but there were still signs of evidence of defects in there. It's just I was unable to determine how many.
Okay. But if we had had a previous Officer Wright, who went inside 104 and took a picture of that window as it sat inside the room and then was replaced, that would indicate that there were defects in the window. Is that correct?
Correct.
But in addition to that, did you do additional work to determine if there were defects in that window?
Yes.
What additional work did you do?
I reviewed all of the body camera associated with this event that was available to us, and I located a body camera for Constable Emmanuel Zamora, and he was walking or going across the west wall as the evacuation was getting started, and I was able to see from his body camera the state of all the windows along the west wall, with the exception of the 102 at the south end.
As to whether or not there had been bullet defects in there.
Correct.
And so, were there defects in the window of 104?
Yes.
And I skipped over 103. Were there any defects in the window of 103?
No.
And were there casings associated with the defects in window 104? In other words, where there's a close relationship of the casings to the defects?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
This collection of fire cartridge casings are not directly, but slightly offset from the window to room 104, which would put the general area where the source of those cartridge casings was possibly located.
And as far as the rifle, we've had prior testimony that it was a Wright ejecting rifle. Is that consistent with where those casings were with the defects in the windows?
Yes.
Now, this is kind of important. At 104, other than casings, was there anything else located there?
Yes.
Tell the jury what that was.
So the white number 1 is going to be the general approximate area where a black backpack belonging to the shooter was located later.
Okay. And that's where that was located, about halfway up from the south side to the entry point?
Yes.
And from where that backpack dropped, did you continue finding casings up northward?
Yes.
How many casings did you find?
There, we have the marker numbers here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And marker number 29, there were actually 2 fire cartridge casings associated with that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So you had 4, but that subsequent search is where you found the other 2,
Yes.
for a total of 6.
Yes.
Were those cartridge casings close enough that if you were aiming at the building, you should be able to hit it?
Yes.
And did you find any bullet defects along the walls or windows of 106, 105, or 104?
No.
But there were casings along that area.
Yes.
Does that indicate to you that the gunman was shooting toward 105 or 106 when those casings were deposited?
It did not. The lack of projectile defects in the side of the building, combined with the presence of the fired cartridge casings, indicated to me that.
Yes. Do you remember when these three cops up at the corner thought they were under fire?
Is this where we're going to claim
Maybe
that
they
were
were.
and that's fine.
This is pure speculation because there's no video of it. Hey, Dave, Nick, will you join us the first day and Friday in November in Denmark for J Day? What's J Day?
I was going to ask you.
Yeah, but if it's a Danish holiday, I mean, what? Only Danes care.
I forgot. You're right. My American is showing. I'm like, what? Aren't you the place where Harry Potter's from?
Of course. The first Friday in November in Denmark is known as J Day, a major cultural event that marks the official release of the annual Christmas beer.
Ooh.
That's J Day.
Okay, what's the difference between regular beer and Christmas beer? Do you put cloves in it?
It's generally a bit darker than.
Okay.
Yeah. Or they change the label of their normal beer and call it Christmas beer.
Ooh, that reminds me. I still have a Christmas soda.
Ooh.
Those are good.
Yeah. I must say, to my knowledge, I don't have anything planned that day.
Yeah, we're still going to be talking about
unless
shell
it's closing
casings.
unless it's closing argument in this trial. No, glögg is Kirchenwein. It's wine heated up, added spices. Christmas beer is darker beer. Yeah, but thanks, Dave. Thanks, Dave. To my knowledge, I have not anything planned for that day, so it's a maybe.
The rifle was not fired into the building when those cartridge casings were ejected.
Another direction.
Correct.
And were you able to find defects anywhere else associated with these casings?
No.
Okay. Now moving to the right side of the building. I'm not call that right, I'm not sure. Is there also an X there?
Yes.
And tell us about that X.
This X represents a projectile defect in the south room 111 window.
Tell us about the defect.
The defect, it was a perforating bullet round that went through that window, and it was near circular in size.
What difference does it make to you if a defect is circular in size?
The closer, if you look at the source of the projectile, the firearm, and the target, meaning the surface, the closer to 90 degrees that round is fired, the defect will be near or close to just a complete circle. The more that source or that firearm starts to move at an angle, the more oblong that defect will become. And there'll be other indicators such as a leading edge, other things that we can look at.
And was this defect oblong or circular?
It was close to circular.
Indicating to you what?
It wasn't at 90 degrees, but it was going to be slightly offset. I can't tell you the degrees, but it's going to be not too terribly lower than 90 degrees.
Close to 90 degrees.
Correct.
So show us in general terms the trajectory of that bullet through that defect in the window in 111. Just generally, where it would have started and where it would have headed, the direction.
Okay. I did not perform trajectory, but I would have expected, just based on the way the projectile looked, and that it was close to circular, an angle somewhere in this vicinity.
And you're moving.
I think I can make an opening on the first Friday of November. I think I can make that happen. Hold on. I'm checking my calendar here. Yeah, I am free that day. Welcome to Scandinavia. Half the year it's cold, wet, and dark, and we get drunk.
Not horizontal, but just
Coincidentally, a lot of kids are born 9 months later.
I was about to say, you have a lot of August babies, do you?
Yeah, with unknown, slightly unknown parentage.
It's really weird when the mom questions.
Mom, who's my dad? Well, I have options. Is Swedish beer anything like American beer? No, ours kind of taste. It's like Monty Python. Find your American beer is like making love in a canoe. It's fucking close to water.
And I'm not a beer drinker, so
Mm.
I'll be passing on any sort of beer.
Now, with that aside, there are a lot of breweries in the United States that makes excellent beer, and over here, sometimes our microbreweries sometimes make a beer called AIP, a American IPA.
Ah,
a little bit lower than horizontal, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you also find or know that there was a defect, can I have that for a second, all the way down here
Yes,
in room 24?
yes.
Would you expect a bullet coming out of room 111 that left that kind of circular defect to be at an angle that would reach 24?
For that angle right there, I would expect that defect to be more oblong because it's going to be coming at it at an angle. And so there'll be a longer leading edge. And there was also, from what I recall, a PVC pipe, electrical conduit pipe that was right there that didn't have any damage as well. That could have been an obstruction if a round was coming from this direction.
So the round to get through that obstruction, that defect would have had to leave some kind of mark on that PVC pipe.
Possibly, yes.
And now with this same defect at the bottom and the casings that you found along the south end and the trajectories that you talked about in general, what would you say about the casings at the south end in relationship to the defect in 24?
So from my observations of the photographs for this particular defect, it was not circular, but was not oblong either. But it was going to be closer to a 90-degree angle than closer to a 0-degree angle. I would have expected something.
So somewhere between 0 and 9, closer to 90 than 0. Yeah, that would be everything above the number 45 degrees.
yeah. What the state is doing very ham-fistedly and terribly, if they want to make this point, they want to make a point that at some point the gunman put one round down toward where Adrian was. So that basically if they can prove that Miss Flores was at least shot at once, it will bolster the story that she was under constant fire. It's not a good argument. Finding a defect over there doesn't mean anything. He's making a stronger case, actually, that his officers were under fire. I would stick with that.
Yeah. And remember when this guy said, well, we couldn't say because they had taken the window out, so we don't really know how many shots were fired in through that. Yeah. Could that maybe account for the extra casings?
The problem is that the state still hasn't made it clear. At this point, we should be ready to almost check, Adrian guilty. We should know exactly where he was, what he wasn't doing,
Mm.
and it should be hammered home by now.
Yeah. And yeah.
About like that, in that general area.
So consistent with the casings you found at the south end,
Correct.
that a shot leaving a casing here would end up.
And consistent with is such a vague word it sounds precise, but consistent with. Did you know, for example, that the number of drownings are consistent with ice cream sales? Well, yeah, it's summer. That's how vague the word consistent is. It can be used to make a point out of nothing.
He's also not the one who tested ballistics, and I don't care if you think that this is a circle. Again, for things where you are going to be called as an expert, I want you to have the scientific evidence behind you. I don't care. I need to see your work. I'm not trusting you just because you say, well, the circle means this. Show me. You guys had access to the Leica. You had access to, you've spent all this money on demonstratives. You could have, made the lines, cleared everything out, shown exactly where all of those things correlated to the casings. But instead, you have this.
Yeah. Yeah. And as Turnip says, correlation is not causation. It's and Kylie makes a good point. And if they can't prove when that shot was taken, it doesn't prove he had line of sight at any point. Yeah, just a casual reminder here: the prosecution needs to prove every element of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And they had cop number 7 on the stand saying, maybe. That's not the standard in a criminal court.
In 24.
Yes.
Now, on this diagram, you also have blue vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Just to clear this, just to kind of finish this up, would you point out those blue vehicles and what they were?
So here, these blue icons represent the Uvalde PD officers that arrived at this location. Sergeant Coronado, Officer Jesus Mendoza, and Officer Juan Saucedo. This blue vehicle right here indicates the approximate location where the defendant's vehicle stopped.
Adrian Gonzales.
Correct.
And do you also have another blue X there associated with the blue vehicle of Adrian Gonzales?
Yes.
And what is that?
The blue X represents Adrian Gonzales.
Okay, and so the one at the south door, there's a blue X?
Yes.
And so do you have indications from your analysis that Adrian Gonzales entered the south door?
Yes.
And now I'm going to ask you to sit down after this last question. We have now locations of things, but we're also able to determine when things such as shots being fired, officers arriving, and officers entering a doorway. Were you able to determine that with your analysis?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now what? They are looking.
I have a couple of questions, Judge, just to clear one thing up, if that's okay?
All right,
May I approach?
please.
Hello, Ranger. I'm going to show you what the government wants to enter as governments 1065, 1066, and 1067.
Is the jury actually there when he asked this of?
I think so.
Yeah.
with one other. Is this kind of your work product to your ultimate Rangers investigation summary of the timelines and all that?
Yes.
Okay, were you the one that put this report together, this timeline together?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. No objections, sir.
Submitted.
Oh, sorry, the number.
Let me make sure.
So
1057, 1058.
is this the guy who is going to produce a timeline for the prosecution?
Yes, and is this going to be the same timeline that I showed you guys yesterday?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
this is from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection officer, or from it.
Mm.
This is the Border Protection timeline, so I don't know what the Texas Rangers timeline is.
Yeah.
And if there's discrepancies in the timelines between the reports, I bet the defense is going to bring that up. Who
Yeah.
has the definitive timeline?
Mm.
1059, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, and 67.
Everybody.
Did I give you the pointer again? Thank you. Would you just explain what 1057 is?
This is another Google Earth overview of the Robb Elementary campus as well as the surrounding streets.
And if you will, is it your understanding that this gunman started at 522 DS Street?
It's 552 DS Street.
552?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you show the jury where that is? And the truck that you searched on that second day, where did you do that search? So would you show the path then from DS Street to that ditch? And would you show the funeral home? And is that where you recovered the video from the funeral home?
Yes.
Depicting the gunman's travel as well as going across?
Yes.
Would you now describe the buildings that are depicted in your 1057?
We have the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home. We have the fourth grade building. What I refer to as the west lot. There's a pavilion, playgrounds A and B, wing E, wing D, and the west door and the west wall.
And before you sit down, would you also, does the diagram show the streets intersecting that corner of Robb Elementary?
This corner?
Yes.
Yes.
And what streets are those?
That's South Grove Street and Geraldine Street.
And we have had dispatch tapes played of Geraldine and Old Carrizo. There was a wreck. Where is Old Carrizo in Geraldine? And you're pointing to the far right intersection, is that correct?
Correct. It's the northeast section of the campus.
Wait a
That's
minute. So
not
we
where you
didn't
found the
even
truck.
get
Correct.
dispatch didn't even get where the vehicle crash was correct.
Vehicle crash site. Yeah.
Because it makes sense that the person who was dispatched is over on that intersection now.
Yeah, because that guy was over here.
And we were all like, what the hell is he doing guarding up the intersection? But it makes sense.
Yeah, if
that
the
that's-
dispatch gave wrong information.
In the dispatch's defense, I did listen to the 911 call, and it was very loud and chaotic. So in her defense, I don't know how much she was able to pick up because I wasn't able to pick up a whole lot from that audio.
Of the campus.
But that's not where you found the truck.
Correct.
You found it on Grove in Geraldine.
Correct.
Thank you. Turning now to exhibit 1060. Is there both a red line and a blue line there?
Yes.
And could you tell us what those lines represent and show us where they go?
The red line exhibits the general approximate walking path for the shooter as
How the what did they
Why does he
found
make that
footprints?
curve? Yeah, that doesn't. Why would you make that curve?
Yeah.
Uh, d- d-
Yeah,
They're
it's,
trying to. God, this is so dumb.
I have no idea. Maybe it's a slope. Maybe I haven't. I have no idea.
he
Let's
moved
let
from
them
the crash
explain
site
it.
over to the west lot, north along the west wall, entered the west door, south in the hallway, and then his location in room 111 and 112.
And were you able to recreate that line from the funeral home, the outside part anyway, on the grounds to the west from the funeral home tapes?
Yes,
And then along the building from the casings,
correct.
and then in the hallway was the raw video.
Yes.
And the blue line.
The blue line represents Mr. Gonzales as he was arriving to the campus. He traveled through the west gate area into the west parking lot.
Just a question. Now they say he's between the cars, and they immediately think, yeah, it's between these two cars. What if it's between these two cars?
Yeah,
Or these two
make
cars?
it would make a lot of sense to run toward the driveway if you're trying to get to the school as fast as
Yeah.
you can. The
He's
driveway is paved. You're not going to trip. You're going to run, and
I have now, of course, there were casings. Let's see, can I go up a bit in clarity here? That's vehicle, that's shooter, which they claim, yeah. And we know somewhere around here there's casings, but there's absolutely zero imaging, video, anything that says
yeah,
he then walked here.
no,
then
he was between those cars. It makes no sense that you would come from your cover and
Yeah, he's doing a beeline to over here. And yeah, somewhere along the line, we know there's shell casings here because he fired into this classroom. Here, he hides. Example. And then all of
Yeah.
a sudden, here comes Gonzales, and he drives down there. He peeks around the corner and then goes up.
And we're looking at all these casings after 376 officers have been walking through them.
Yeah, yeah.
So at the point that all of this is moot, this crime scene was disturbed beyond all recognition. So doing these very fine point reconstructionologies don't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Area into the west parking lot, and then ultimately came to a stop in this approximate location.
Thank you. Exhibit 1061. Maybe mark a blue square on 1061.
Yes,
And what is that?
that is the backpack that marker number 1 represented on the other diagram. This was the backpack that the shooter dropped.
And is exhibit 1061 a screenshot of a video?
Yes,
And whose video was that?
this was a video that I collected from a
But hold on here. Do you see the cars over there?
Yeah. The backpack was. Where are they saying the backpack
Where the fuck
was?
is that?
Is that the AC unit?
No, that's not the AC unit.
I'm trying to figure out.
I don't think it's too much stuff.
It's such an awkward angle that I can't
It
figure out what I'm
looks like
looking at.
garbage cans here, right?
Let's maybe
Is this the entrance to the? No, this looks like the entrance. Let's go back. I
Maybe
think,
right there.
yeah, because you see the cars.
Okay, yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah,
You know, it would be nice, State, if you would orient us to where the hell we are.
yeah.
The backpack that the shooter dropped.
And is Exhibit 1061 a screenshot of a video?
Yes.
And whose video was that?
This was a video that I collected from a person across the street.
A short video?
Correct.
2 seconds.
Yes.
And what did the video show you?
Well, it one showed the location of this backpack, the original location of it, as well as the shooter running this direction.
What do you mean original placing of that backpack?
Also, if the body cam saw the person running, shouldn't the person who's operating the body cam see it?
No, this is one of the first witnesses, the guy who just put up his phone and just
Oh,
day
oh,
one or
that's right.
two. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, that makes.
Have they mentioned the backpack being dropped before? Yes, I think so. But I was just the original placement. So who took it and placed
Yeah.
it where?
I believe it was placed on the back wall. That's where they found it with casings. So it was moved from out of the path of his where he, which is why we can't trust anything that is measured for any sort of accuracy because the contamination of the crime scene.
Yeah. Good point. How do we know that's actually his backpack? It could have been a kid's backpack. It could have been somebody else. And then it just disappeared.
Towards the camera and then in through the west door into the 4th grade building.
And Exhibit 1062? And does it also show the condition of the parking lot as far as cars being parked there?
Yes.
Exhibit, well, go ahead and have a seat and then we'll get to the next exhibit. You said that at some point your job shifted from just collecting evidence. Could you tell us how it shifted?
After the Wednesday, I came in Thursday to submit the evidence that we collected from the crash site. After discussing the evidence procedures with Ranger Montalvo, who was the assigned evidence custodian, I transitioned into an evidence management role to help accommodate the large amount of physical evidence that we would be taking in throughout the course of our investigation.
So you were part of the inventory of the large amount of evidence that was coming in.
Yes.
And on those first couple of days, was it primarily ammunition related?
The first couple of days, there was a large amount of ammunition.
And did you catalog that and inventory it?
I didn't inventory the ammunition. There were other rangers that did that. I worked with Ranger Montalvo to organize all of the evidence as it was submitted.
And did you review that organization and inventory to determine how many shots were fired that day?
Yes.
And in doing that, was there also a determination of shots fired by law enforcement as opposed to by the gunman?
Yes.
How's that determination made?
In this particular case, the shooter used a specific type of ammunition. The law enforcement responders who fired their weapons, they used a different type of ammunition. So the fired cartridge casings indicated the source of which one of those shots or which one of those fired cartridge casings were located.
Showing you Exhibit 1063, and you might have to approach the exhibit. Is this an inventory of those cartridge casings?
Yes.
Starting with the middle one, could you explain what the graph, first of all, how it's scaled and what each one of those lines and each one of those columns mean?
This is a fired cartridge casing matrix that we used to ensure that we had gathered all the fired cartridge casings for this event. I'll talk about the columns first. Column 1 is LC22. That's a particular type of ammunition. LC21, again, is another type of ammunition or manufacturer for ammunition. This stands for Lake City 22, Lake City 21, and REM for Remington. Again, another type of ammunition, and then a 9mm Luger handgun casing.
So across the top is the type of ammunition.
I don't know if you caught it, but that was almost 120 shots fired within room 111 and 112.
I was still trying to dissect the graphs because here's my problem. these demonstratives are supposed to make the confusing easy to understand. If you have to explain all the abbreviations and everything, and I'm having to dissect them, it's not as easy. But yeah,
Okay, so
yeah. So that's 60.
shooter,
and-
5.52 DS, 2 shots. At crash site, that was grandmother, I assume.
yes.
Crash site, 4 shots fired. Outside west wall, 24, but that's the number of shell casings.
Yes.
11, room 111, 112, 116, and 1 unknown. 27 in the hallway.
Yeah. I knew we were up into the hundreds, but I guess I.
Yes,
And across the left side is what?
this is going to be the location where the cartridge casings were found. There were, here starting with 552 Diaz, there were 2 LC-22 fired cartridge casings located or found at that location. At the crash scene, there were 4 LC-22 fired cartridge casings collected. Outside, along the west lot and the west wall area, there were 23 LC-22 and 1 LC-21 fired cartridge casings collected.
Are either one of those connected with law enforcement?
No.
Okay, next.
Room 111, there were 60 LC-22 fired cartridge casings collected. In room 112, there was 56 LC-22 cartridge casings collected. Going back to room 111, there were 24 Remington cartridge casings, fired cartridge casings collected, and 3 9mm Luger fired cartridge casings collected.
And is the Luger, is that a handgun?
Yes,
Three fire shots from that, and how many from law enforcement?
24.
And you do know there was a breach, that is, the gun was taken out in room 111, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
In 112, again, we had 56 LC-22 fired cartridge casings, 1 Remington fired cartridge casing. In the hallway, inside the 4th grade building, we had 27 LC-22 fired cartridge casings, 6 Remington fired cartridge casings, and 1 9mm Luger fired cartridge casing. And later at the United States Border Patrol Station in Uvalde, there was 1 fired 9mm Luger cartridge casing found, I believe, around the boot area for one of the agents that responded.
In other words, the casing was actually in the boot area, and they brought it in as evidence later.
Well, actually, somebody went out and collected it, I believe, but yes.
In the boot area?
Yeah. What's the boot
Did
area?
somebody pick their gun out of their boot and accidentally discharged it?
Or do we mean like the boot area of a car, but usually we call that a trunk?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
And so you don't know where that casing ended up in a piece of clothing, you just know it was returned from Border Patrol.
Correct.
Very good. So a total of how many law enforcement?
Remember from the Alec Murdoch case, how the state explained why they couldn't find the cartridges? Well, some cop there must have stepped on it and it got stuck in the shoe.
That might be.
Yeah, so if cops are running around, now this is Texas, I don't know, boots or shoes. If one cartridge found its way, caught in something, and found its way out of the scene, what
The
about
scene is
more?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is very, very embarrassing for that law enforcement officer who may or may not have, after a full day, takes off his shoe and cling cling. Oh, that goes in the trash. Pure speculation, by the way.
Rounds were fired.
So if you look at the top, based on work that the ATF did and receipts for ammunition that the shooter had purchased, LC-21, that was an off, but still part of this same. It could have been around, it got added into the lot that was purchased. But the LC-22 and LC-21 were associated with the shooter. The Remington and the 9mm Luger were associated with law enforcement. So throughout the event, law enforcement fired 35, or we recovered 35 fire cartridge casings. The shooter, we recovered 173 fire cartridge casings, and then one unknown, which not knowing for certain on the LC-21.
Okay. You can have a seat now for a second. What you have just described for us then is the number of shots that were recovered from the investigation of all the rangers around Rob's school as well as D Street. Is that correct?
The number of fire cartridge casings that were collected.
But in an active shooter situation, what does a fired cartridge case indicate?
It indicated that a ammunition round was fired,
And if it came from the gunman in an active shooter case, what does that indicate?
that it was fired from the shooter's firearm.
Okay. And for a police officer, a shot fired from an active shooter's firearm, what does that tell the police officer to do?
To act, to go to where the shots are coming from.
And so each one of those shots associated with the gunman is potentially noticed to go to the gunman.
Yes,
But there's something other than just the cartridge case in there. It's when the cartridge case is deposited. Is that correct?
yes,
So is timing on when the shot is fired important as far as giving a police officer notice that he should go toward the gunfire?
yes.
And so in addition to firearm ammunition, was other evidence collected by law enforcement that aided you in deciding timing on when things happen?
Yes.
And what kind of things did you recover?
There were other rangers that had collected the Rob surveillance video, which consisted of 4 cameras, as well as several body camera videos from officers that responded, and dash camera videos from the officers' vehicles.
Okay. And were all of those timings and all that synchronized appropriately?
Yes,
Who did that?
I did.
Okay. And I believe they stipulated to that, so we're not going to go. Did it take an extreme amount of time for you to do that?
Yes.
Approximately how long?
I've spent approximately a year doing that and testing it to ensure that we were as accurate as we could be with the information that was available to us.
So for all the body cameras, the dash cams, funeral home, and Rob Elementary,
Yes,
as well as dispatch.
yes,
And from all of that work, were you able to determine precisely when shots were fired?
yes. There's a built-in variance of approximately up to 2 seconds, but it's very close.
And can you compare when those shots were fired with when people arrived at the scene?
Yes,
And specifically, this case is against Adrian Gonzales, correct?
yes.
Could you tell us when Adrian Gonzales arrived at the gate to Rob Elementary?
May I refer to mine?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Gonzales arrived at approximately 11:31:41, and that was going to be at the Westgate location.
11:31 what?
41,
Had any shots been fired prior to his arrival?
yes, well, yes,
On Dia Street, had they been fired before his arrival?
yes,
Had the shots at the truck been fired before his arrival?
yes,
And then we moved to that south grounds. Had any of those shots been fired before his arrival?
yes.
How many shots had been fired before his arrival?
There were approximately 6 shots that were fired before
Wait a
Mr.
minute,
Gonzales
Nick.
had come on to the school property.
Okay, so if we are already, before he gets there, he's already at the south side taking pot shots at the windows. When, again, he might have been covered up with a car. We don't know what the car could have seen coming in from the gate. And then he's been told that someone is running, so he sees someone running.
Mm,
I don't,
yeah,
I am confused.
yeah.
property.
Okay. And then from the west gate, were you able to determine when Adrian Gonzalez's car was parked approximately within a few seconds?
Approximately, yes. I was able to see Mr. Gonzalez's patrol car come into the parking lot and drive to an area roughly about where the west lot meets the grass. And then we know where his vehicle came to a stop. So I did have to approximate when he would have come to a stop based on how fast he was traveling as he came from the west gate and past the known location that I could see on the surveillance video.
And what was your approximation?
Approximately 11:31:55.
And from Adrian Gonzalez's arrival at the gate at 11:31:41 until it came to a stop at 11:31:55, were there any shots fired?
Yes,
How many?
there were 2.
And were you able to determine where Adrian Gonzalez's vehicle was in relationship to those 2 shots?
Approximately before Mr. Gonzalez had stopped his patrol vehicle, there was 1 shot fired. And then around the time he stopped his vehicle, the second shot was found.
So before he even stopped his car, 2 more shots were fired, and we're going to blame Adrian on that?
Yeah, but he said one while he was in. But how did they determine this?
The defense is going to rip them apart.
Yeah.
Approximately? No, you are trying to take a man's freedom away with approximately, and you don't know.
Yeah, I mean 4 shots up at the funeral home, and then they claim there are 2 shots fired. By whose account? Did they hear it on the? Maybe they heard it on the 911 call from the funeral home. But that doesn't say anything about where. I'm so lost.
So close to when he parked.
Correct.
And did you also time the dispatch tape in which Adrian Gonzalez said shots fired, shots fired?
Yes.
Can you tell us when that was?
11:32:09.
So after he
Yeah,
parked
that's
his car until
like 10 seconds. Because he came to a stop at 11:31:55. So that's 14 seconds it took him to fully stop his car, get out. Yes, that is gunfire. Shots fired, shots fired.
Yeah, and meanwhile he has this woman screaming at him. Yeah, I don't understand how this
he got
proves.
his radio and announced shots fired, how much time had elapsed?
I'm sorry, what were the 2 times again?
From the time that Adrian Gonzalez
You don't even
parked
know?
his car at 11:31:55 and keyed up his radio saying shots fired, how much time had elapsed?
Approximately 14 seconds.
And does that take care of the 8 shots that were found at the south side of that west building?
Yes.
Hey, Catnot Williams. We got raided.
Heidi.
Hey, folks, and welcome. We are listening to this guy who claims to know exactly where people was based on stuff on radio. And
Yeah, he wasn't in the situation. It doesn't account. This is all with hindsight. Yeah. How dare he take 14 seconds? You know where everything is now. You have the hindsight of being able to take a year to ponder and think about this. Adrian drove in, saw someone hysterical, and was dealing with the adrenaline dump of knowing there is an active person shooting. I can hear him shooting, and he's near children.
yeah, and not knowing, okay, where? Scans, doesn't see it. He has this hysterical woman in front of him who, for some reason, kept bugging him and not running for cover. So that's one more thing that I'm curious about. If she believed she was actually being fired at, why does, and she runs, falls over, Adrian comes up to her, she starts talking to him for 2 to 7 minutes. Does that sound like somebody believing they were under fire?
Yeah, no, and during those first couple minutes were unfortunately and sadly where a lot of these shots were at the children. So
Yeah,
you could have,
it's
I mean, 100 rounds is a lot.
yeah. This will be interesting to see what they claim is the timeline.
And from this point on, do the shots then travel away from Adrian Gonzales?
Yes.
The casings.
Fuck you, prosecutor. He doesn't know they're moving away. They sound like they're still coming at him, which is
Yeah.
what you let your guards, your three officers over here, you gave them a
Yeah.
full pass for thinking they were under fire.
Yeah,
And they weren't getting shot at all. There is no evidence that they were ever shot at.
yeah, and they still hunkered down. One of them said, can I shoot him?" Meaning he had a clear line of sight. According to the prosecution, he should have just fired. Because that is the claim that Adrian should have done, was to run towards and then open fire without knowing what was behind that corner of the building. This is so infuriating.
I mean, I almost say we skip to cross because we know the thing that we know what the state is doing, but I find it much more interesting to see how the defense, but we do have to watch because I have to write notes. So
Yeah.
can't.
I'm sorry,
The casings, following the casings then, they go from that south side.
correct.
Not, they don't close in on Adrian Gonzales, they go the other way.
Yes.
And so how many shots were fired along the west side?
16.
How many?
16.
Yeah. And we have cops up at the corner apparently looking at this.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And what time did the gunman enter the building on the west side?
Approximately 11:32:59.
Yeah. 1 minute and 1 minute 4 seconds from when Adrian, remember opening statements when the
Yeah, it was 3
prosecution said
minutes.
he had 3 minutes to do something? That was a whole lot of lies.
Yeah, and the thing that breaks my heart about all of this, it was such a tragic thing.
Mm.
It was such a something that didn't need to happen, but instead of making sure that no other school is lackadaisical about security, that even small rural school districts have access to the training, the alert training, and support to help an evacuation plan. If this happens, we could have spent time with all these different law enforcement agencies, them giving their wisdom to small rural agencies to beef up their security. But instead we're charging a man who, by all accounts, did his very best in a very, very chaotic situation.
So 1 minute 4 seconds. He stops his car. He sees this because he drives up to this person who fell down. Turns out to be a teacher. He didn't know that. All he knows, guns fired, somebody's running towards the school. He sees somebody running and falling over. He drives up to that person, stops. Now time starts, according to the prosecution. Within 15 seconds, while this hysterical woman is screaming at him, he hears gunfire. He reports it in. Gunfire, gunfire. She's still screaming at him for 2 to 7 minutes. Now, by this time, he knows there are other officers, I would assume, because they are visually there. about 80 yards away. Does he run? Does he try to gather information from this woman? He tries to gather more information from this woman, who is hysterical. And remind you, this woman who claims they were shot at from that corner of the building doesn't even remember, despite claiming to being talking to Adrian Gonzales for 2 to 7 minutes. Didn't know
So-
what he looked like, what he was how he was dressed. Now that is how memories play pranks on people.
Yeah, and Nick, in 1 minute 4 seconds, he was supposed to make it from his car under fire. He had to quarter and pie that because it wasn't just a straight, run. He would have been completely without cover, completely in the open, running in an open space in his dark uniform, and he would have to bypass the AC. Tactically, he would have had to put himself in a large amount of danger, which we now learn that, yes, his training with TIMU alert said, go in by yourself. But actual alert training says, do not go in solo. Wait for at least one person for backup.
Yeah.
So we're holding this gentleman to an impossible standard. And I don't
Yeah.
think that you could have found two people that wanted to roast this man more than Nick and I. We were waiting. We have snark. Like, he has his snark attack. I have the petty express. We were ready to roast
Yeah.
Adrian Gonzales.
Yeah.
And then we started to see the state's case. And we started to see what's not in the state's case.
Yeah. And a reminder here, the outside doors of the school were supposed to be locked. There were no locked outside doors. None. 0. The doors into the classroom were supposed to be locked. Not all of them were, because they had a system in this school approved by the school administration who gave out magnets to disable these locks on the doors.
Those children were sitting ducks.
Yeah.
Those children weren't protected. And if this were really about the kids, like the state claims, then we wouldn't be wasting resources. We would be making sure, because how much have all the Kinko's posters? How much did, overtime for all these Texas Rangers? Instead of making sure that every rural school is safe, that every school has a plan, that we're actually have doors that lock, that are workable, we're going back in Monday quarterbacking with Agent Dilbert here.
Yeah. This is so infuriating. Now, the entirety of the blame of this is on the shooter. The preventive steps is just to see who disabled the preventive steps. The school administration. Is anyone in the school administration on trial? None. Not a single one.
Now, and for those of you, because I know this is a question, I have not heard of any civil suits against the school. They may be waiting for the outcome of this trial, because if Adrian is found guilty, then he basically takes responsibility for all of this, and it will be very hard for the parents and families to implicate the school if we have someone adjudicated guilty for neglect.
Exactly. If the school knows, I hate to be cynical, but if the state can be sued, there's money to collect.
And
Adrian
unlike a lot
Gonzales
of-
is basically broke.
Yeah, and
There's
unlike
no
a
money.
lot of frivolous lawsuits, I think there was an actual and deliberate neglect by the school district,
Yeah.
in my opinion, allegedly in Minecraft, because they knew that the that the security was lax, and they gamed the system. So when the security officers, the police force that's in charge of the school system would come around to check to make sure the doors were locked, they knew about it. They knew they were coming in. They'd lock the doors and put the magnets away.
Yeah. Here's the thing with this kind of safety measures by locking down the school is to prevent somebody to reach. And then as a last, absolute last, is to hide, remove the lights, be silent as an absolute last resort. Here's what happened in this case in Uvalde. The shooter was basically led to the classrooms through unlocked doors to find his victims. That's on the school administration. If you don't have locked doors, get the kids, find out the shooter is coming from there, get everybody out the opposite way, and hope help arrives. Now they were sitting ducks.
And again, if you don't have both parts playing their roles, how can the officers, because part of alert or part of the lockdown is that you don't have random people running, so we can quickly identify if someone is out, they are probably the bad guy.
Yeah. All right, we are so far behind again.
So about a minute and 4 seconds later, after Adrian Gonzales stopped. 11:31:55 to 11:32:59, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, approximately 1 minute and 4 seconds.
And before we get into the west building, I want to talk about the timing on the west side. As the gunman was traveling,
Oh, I'm just checking here because I really want to go to cross-examination. Because I this doesn't.
Give in to the dark side, Nick. We don't need context. It's stupid.
I'm sorry, indications, red X's of where you anticipate to testify where the shooter, what his path he took, right?
That's the locations are the general location and approximation.
But where you put the shooter walking are the actual locations of the shells, not the general.
Let's see here. Did they start before? Pause.
this is the animation. Travel all the way until he gets into one.
No. So they started cross-examination after the break.
Seen the animation, obviously, that the government wants to admit?
Yes.
And did you put that animation together?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh
And
God,
the
they put an
shows
animation.
Kind of cars coming in, and then also testimony, indications, red X's of where you anticipate to testify where the shooter, what his path he took, right?
That's the locations are the general location and approximation.
But where you put the shooter walking are the actual locations of the shells, not the general locations of those, right?
It could still be the general location. It's a circle.
Well, let me just ask the question one by one. So where the X's are the actual locations of where the shells were found, the spent shell casings, correct?
They're going to be very close to the approximate location, yes.
Well, you've seen the pictures of where they were located.
Very close to the approximate. For
What in
fuck's
the
sake.
Hampton? All right, nope. I'm getting booze. Fuck it. No, I'm not, because I have to do afternoon. Dang my lightweightness.
For the love of fuck. No, this is.
Where is?
I don't think the jury is back at this point because they are asking him about a piece of evidence they want to admit. So they have made an animation about approximations of things nearby. No, that can't be admitted.
Absolutely not. No.
No.
Correct?
Yes.
Not animations, you saw the actual pictures.
Yes.
Okay, so you know where they were located, correct?
Yes.
And so you placed the shooter's path on exactly where the shells were, correct?
I placed them in the approximate location. I wouldn't say it was exactly on. I don't know that for
What does
sure.
approximate mean to you?
Very close.
Like on top of, right?
Very close includes on top of.
Right, that's my point.
You idiot! If the shell casings are here, the shooter is fuck off over there. And you placed him on the shell casings. No. This can't be admitted. No.
No,
For the love of fuck.
not to mention, first of all, dude, you're an accountant. You should be like, science and approximations should hurt your soul. They should make you physically uncomfortable.
No. The shooter cannot be on top of the shell casings because of ejection of shell casings. No, I'm going to lose it if this animation is admitted.
And so you place the path of the shooter on top of, very close, approximate your definition of these shell casings.
In the approximate location.
And how big is the circle that you're talking about of where this shooter could have been?
It's just a circle. There's no scientific value to the size of the circle. Again, it's an approximate location.
Jesus Christ.
60
Pause it, Nick.
Okay. What? There's no scientific...
The circle should be the size of the general size of the ejection. So the radius should encompass, at the far end of where we could conceivably think that these shell casings would go. So you have a big circle that says he could be in many of these, but the crime scene's already been contaminated. This is so stupid.
It could be 1 inch.
I would say yes, it could be 6 feet.
And does that lack of clarity?
6 feet?
What's going to confuse the issues to the jury? So there's no probative value of that. He can testify whether he wants to. I can cross-examine him. But for the jury to have evidence that's actually admitted to them, they can go back and think that's exactly what the path he took. I think would mislead the jury judge, and under a 403 analysis is not probative at all, and it's very prejudicial, cumulatively, based off the other stuff we've checked into.
We would explain that it's not precise, it's generally honest, so there is nothing misleading to it.
Well, you can point that out on a diagram. You don't have to enter into evidence to mislead the jury. Just point it out. He can say what he wants, and I'll cross him very specifically.
Well, the timing is also what's going on.
He can testify to the time.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection, find the probative outweighs the prejudicial.
Go fuck yourself. I like this judge up until now. Now you can go fuck yourself. Absolutely go fuck
Are
yourself.
you being paid
you
by the school
shit
district?
judge. You shit judge.
This isn't. How can we have scientific, again, because this is going to be presented. Judge, let me explain this from a layperson, because Nick apparently it will do the legal. From a layperson, you are allowing the government to fudge its numbers. Government already has so many advantages over the little person. You're supposed to be the one that stops the government from abusing us.
Yeah. Now,
They're not even using exact science.
No, from a 403 standpoint, which is probative versus prejudicial, we have all the images already. We have the testimony from several law enforcement officers, and now they collect all of this into this, which is more or less a cartoon-ish, where a circle has been subjectively been enlarged to fit a larger area, putting the shooter within the line of sight.
Yeah, and we don't know. Again, we don't know how. We don't have any evidence, any video evidence of actually the path of travel of the shooter.
Yeah.
They're like, we just made it up. Like, we approximated it.
Now, the circle, by the evidence, should end at the shell casings and then stretch outwards, not a 6 feet circle around the shell casing.
But, okay, so if it's not prejudicial, at this point, it's not accurate. Can we get them on accuracy?
That's part of the analysis to the 403, the accuracy and the probative value, and also is it cumulative with regard to the 205 Texas Rangers who has already been testifying to this.
Your Honor, I think you need to go back in chambers and rethink this. I'm also thinking of making this into a T-shirt.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
you
I
object
hope.
to yourself,
Yeah. Yes, I believe the defense are good enough to show how far the state is going to pin this on Adrian. They shouldn't have to.
again, this is the entire government, the entire weight of the state of Texas against one man. This man is there to make sure that that great weight is used judiciously and ethically to report the facts of the case. He is the goalie. He is supposed to say, "No, state, this is not accurate enough to be shown the way it's supposed to be, this is misleading." I wouldn't let the defense get away with this. I wouldn't let the defense, bring in Adrian, did this, did that, if it was not accurate. Is this a bad enough decision that they can get a interlocutory appeal right now? I mean, because we're getting in, we've already had plenty of prejudicial information that he's allowed. At this point, it's neither accurate nor even relevant.
Yeah.
And fine, it goes to the weight, not to the admissibility, but you're certainly entitled to cross-examine him at length in that regard. So let's bring him in.
Weight of evidence. So they are going to watch an animation based on, at best, rough calculations with some subjective circling.
Sit in the courtroom, please.
Love.
Okay. We may proceed based upon the ruling the court has already made. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so, this animation that we're about to play, that is your rendition, is that correct?
Yes.
Based on the funeral home, Robb Elementary, dispatch, is that correct?
And the body camera video, yes.
And is Amy Marine's 911 call on there also?
Yes. This one, yes, it is.
Okay. Because in the background of that, can you hear also officers dispatching?
Yes.
Okay. So that and the sound of gunfire, as far as the timing, as well as the animation, shows where people were when shots were being fired.
Yes.
And people were making.
Do prepare yourself. It does seem like we are about to hear some 911 calls in relation to this. So protect your mental health. We are trying to make this tolerable, but we are going to be listening to possibly 911 calls.
Yeah. I'm out of nicotine pouches. I'm just going to get myself another can.
And thank you all so much for watching this trial and keeping both Nick and I company as we try to make sense of what happened. This has been a rough case, and I appreciate all of the chat hanging with us and, giving us information, especially Kylie, Mother of Ducks, giving us kind of insight on how real law enforcement would do something, first responders. So it's been eye-opening and really interesting to watch this trial because, as I said, both Nick and I's opinions have really changed as we've watched it.
All right.
Dispatch.
Yes.
And they are going to frame it as if this is the exact locations and force the defense. And force the defense.
I saw the press of the jury, so subject to the objection already been overruled, you may proceed.
Could you stop it right there for a second? And so just to orient us on this exhibit, could you show us again where the truck runs into the ditch?
Approximately this location.
And how does it explain the track that the gunman takes?
How does the animation?
Uh-huh.
There is a circle depicting the shooter, and the movement of the circle is based on time distance observed from the surveillance video here. So from point to point and how long it took for the shooter on the surveillance video to go from point A to point B, the animation draws out the pace at which
And what color is that animation in?
red.
What?
Red.
Okay. And as the shooter enters that southwest corner and goes up the west wall, how were you able to draw the line that the shooter went?
It's going to be the general location of where the fired cartridge casings were located. We know that the shooter was going to be in between the cars and the west wall. So it's the direct path that the shooter would have taken.
You don't know in between which cars.
To get from this point up to the west door.
And you're saying that this is general, not precise.
Correct.
1 or 2 steps.
Okay, at least they say that general, not precise, but
And then is there a blue
this is
line
going,
also?
yeah.
Yes.
And what does the blue line represent?
The blue line represents Mr. Gonzales as he enters through the west gate and then travels to his stopping point approximately in that location.
And are there other blue vehicles that show up?
Yes.
And would you point those out?
It'll be Officer Jesus Mendoza, Juan Salcedo, and Sergeant Del Soro Coronado when they arrive in this location, and it shows where the directions from which they came and then stopping.
And does it show the timing that they get there
It does, yes.
in relationship to both the shooter and Adrian Gonzales?
Yes.
And finally,
Randy Hill, another officer, who was originally dispatched to the crash. He arrives up in this location.
does it show when he arrives also
Yes,
in relationship to the gunman as well as all the other vehicles?
yes,
And are there sounds on this animation?
yes,
And the sounds are captured from Rod Elementary microphones?
yes,
And is there any other sound?
yes. There are, the 911 phone call from Amy Marin, the Rob Channel 2, the sounds of the shots from inside Rod Elementary, Rob Channel 4, which is going to be over in this location, the sound that microphone for that camera was able to collect, as well as body camera for Sergeant Coronado.
And why is Amy Marine's 911 call so important?
Sergeant Coronado hasn't been interviewed yet. He hasn't taken a stand. Why is his video in here?
Yeah.
Because
No,
he's one
Coronado-
of these people who, or is it a third body cam?
So we had Coronado, we had Mendoza, Jesus, they call him Blue.
Mm.
And Coronado was yesterday. So Jesus is the one what we haven't heard from. And I think there was one other body cam, but I cannot remember who it was.
Mm.
Maybe Sacero? I don't think I spelled that man's name the same way in any of my notes. So I apologize.
Mm. Yeah, and his body cam was, we have his dash cam without audio, and then we have his body cam, which he didn't turn on for minutes. Peculiarly enough, both of those two people's body cam
Started
on
at
different
exact-
locations started exactly the same time.
One, there was a lot of information just as far as what she was relaying to Uvalde Communications, but
What
also,
was she as she was relaying that information?
well, she had gone outside the fourth grade building with her cell phone to report the crash. And then once the shooting began, or shortly around that time, she comes back through the west door, and you can hear her 911 phone call through the 911 recording, as well as through that 911 recording, you can hear certain elements of radio traffic in the background from some of the officers because of the way.
That radio traffic previously identified as coming from Adrian Gonzales.
Yes,
Is some of that.
correct.
No, we played that. And you'll just say that's, I'm not going to interrupt you.
All right, proceed.
And why was this handled now, not pre-trial, which would have given the defense enough time to maybe appeal the decision to show this animation?
Yeah. This all seems like it was done rather slapdash.
Or not disclosed until extremely tight into the... Maybe there was a pre-trial motion, I don't know, and the judge deferred it to, we will see when it's time. and now they are out of time. This took him a year to put together. Red car crashes, okay. I wonder if they will show the Flores woman where she claims to have been. There he jumps the fence. This is our guesstimation from the other day. So he's beelining towards the entrance.
Yeah, but I doubt he was walking this slowly. This doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I know he wasn't running, but seems like a very slow pace to me.
Mm.
I mean, he has to know that someone was on the phone, that he shot at someone. The cops have to be coming fairly soon. Maybe he was high.
I wonder if they are timing this so he walks, and then boom, then they don't take into account that he might have ran over here and hid.
Yeah. That's what I think they're making it so they're making it as slow as possible so Adrian drove past him.
Yeah.
Yeah, notice how he sped up real quick.
Folks, hold on here. I'm going to play sorry, I'm being at 1.25 speed.
Oh,
so
no,
I'm
that's
even
okay.
playing this even faster. No, let's go back.
Yeah, he's going glacial speed.
I was trying. So this is, I would say, 20 to 30 yards, and he does that beeline like he's a running back. Okay, now tell me, where is he hiding between cars in this?
So dumb.
This is so stupid. This is. Oh fuck no! Oh fuck no! Fuck no!
This is retarded. No.
They are actually claiming that Adrian Gonzales in this animation is less than 5 yards from. No. This is bullshit. This is absolute bullshit.
The car was going 40 miles an hour. So they have the guy walking basically backwards until he speeds up like the Roadrunner, does a, Usain Bolt swerve, and then Tokyo drifts to the end of the parking lot. Are you kidding me? Oh, you've got to be bullshitting me.
Not at this time, sir. Caller cannot remember what you were wearing.
A reminder here, these are shell casings at
So-
approximately where they found them.
And he would be up and to the left, so yeah, he would be between the goddamn cars.
Yeah, he would be between these two cars for the ejection to put the casings over here, not walking on this side. And this goes against the testimony of these people out here who said he's hiding between cars.
In the cars, yeah. Adrian got there as he was hiding. And the cops, the three doofuses right there, should be coming up anytime soon.
Yeah. Remember, he drove here because he saw Flores fall over. Where was she running from? Here. Why don't they show that? Because
Black and jeans. The opposition was jumping over the fence into the schoolyard. Stop fire, you now get off school.
23. Make contact with the flight units that's coming behind us.
He's behind the pool. Over, guys, get over, stop firing.
Stand back. We got fired. Stand back.
Units advise caller stating that now for the city back of the school, back of the school.
On the west pool, on the west side of the pool by the vehicle.
they just have him, and look at this. They're having him enter, not at the time. What? Let's skip back. Let's see when the other cars came there. Remember what they claim against Adrian. He should have run towards the danger. Look at these three fuckers over here, hiding behind their cars. They actually have a line.
He's behind the pool.
And here,
Stand back. We got fired. Stand back.
Units advise caller stating that now for the city back of the school, back of the school.
On the west pool, on the west side of the pool by the vehicle. We wearing all black, all black.
So by the time All Black got on there, he was already in. He was... Not that I trust this animation.
Here's Hill, the first who was the actual responder, driving to the wrong location.
Now, we do know that he was dispatched to the wrong location.
Yeah,
now.
he was dispatched to the wall. They claim this here is Adrian. This here. Oh, they didn't so bad in this. But it's the state's case. The judge approved it. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
Yeah, this is in no way... No. Oh, this is where he's running to catch you.
cover unit over here. Back perimeter, yeah. Right there, yeah, right there. I need somebody to come into the parking lot, 304.
Guys, be careful! You might be in that building! Okay, Uvalde, they're saying that he's possibly in the building on the... Oh shit, shots fired! Get inside! Go, go, go!
How did they not hear all those shots as they were running up here, running over here?
Yeah, because no, wait, and when Fat Tub of Lard was running, that they were still on the breezeway when the teacher peeked through.
Yeah.
They weren't over there.
Yeah, no. Yeah. This is so damning, and it is.
It's designed to provoke. It's designed
Yeah.
to provoke because, and let's be very honest, if the facts of the case, as we understood it, were this, we would all be pissed.
Yeah.
We would all be pissed off.
Yeah.
We know now that these are not the facts in the case.
Yeah, no. This is not what has been testified or disproven by the defense. This is the state's. He's been doing collecting this for a year. And of course, yes, it is the state's case. But for instance, if you look at these here, they put the shooter at exactly these spots and having Adrian drive within a couple of yards of that as it was happening, which we know is false due to testimony.
One female shot in the head.
Shots fired inside the building, Uvalde!
Which building?
Careful, guys, shots fired. Take cover, guys.
Adrian's going to be the dot on the corner.
Yeah, the Adrian is the dot on the corner here.
And he was ordered to go outside to alert SWAT to get SWAT, or not SWAT,
To get SWAT. Yeah, by his
his superior
chief.
officer.
Yeah. This fucker wasn't ordered to go out. He just ran. Mr. Lord. And while Adrian was there giving orders to teachers to stop peeking out of fucking classrooms and getting other officers to take cover because he was firing out of the window, he was directing everything from here.
Stay right there, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to show one thing here. Did you see how the animator has no movement of this detective? We know through his body cam, he was just walking back and forth, doing absolutely nothing. Now,
Taking a personal phone call.
taking a personal phone call in the middle of it. And hindsight, yes, it was already too late for the kids. In hindsight. Again, let me try to show you. This door here, look at my marker, should have been locked. It wasn't. Every one of these classrooms should have been locked. They weren't. Adrian Gonzales is not charged with anything that happened inside the school. He's only charged with this 1 minute and 4 seconds, where they now claim through this animation, which is horse shit, that the shooter was visually within his sight, which we know is false due to testimony. He's hiding between cars. And they put him not between cars. And that is not the animator doing an estimation. That is a conscious choice.
It's also a conscious choice that while Adrian is at his car, to not have the witness that he ran toward. Because if they were going to be honest, when they had Adrian driving this way, they should have had wherever the hell this woman thought she was.
Yeah. Why didn't they include Flores, who is so essential now to everything? This Flores lady. Why isn't she shown here? Well, because it might show that Adrian was preoccupied with handling a hysterical woman. This is so damning. It's so prejudicial. And the judge knew, because this witness who made this said with a fucking smile on his face, it's estimations. I put him on top of the shell casings and he could be 6 feet away. Well, why didn't you put him there?
You know what? I say bring it on. I think the defense is going to make him look like an asshole, make the state look like an asshole. And the judge could have spared the state the embarrassment.
I hope so, but they shouldn't have to do this.
No, they shouldn't have to. But I think they went in knowing that they were fighting Goliath.
Yeah.
That's why they have been so on top of it, because they didn't come in, they came in for a fight. They knew they were going to have a fight.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Jingles is here at least. Hello, Mr. Jingles.
Have your emotional support gummy nerds near you.
Yeah. Now, I don't know how much actual support I can get from Mr. Jingles, because but he's here. He's here.
He is.
All right.
Guys,
And then they yeah. Look at this fucker looking so smug.
Your work as to the timing of when the shots fired and the movement of the officers.
Yes.
And raw video, channel 2, played all the way through his conclusion. After the gunman entered 111, did he ever come back out into the hallway?
No.
There was no coming out and shooting at Covey, Martinez, and Eddie Canales.
Correct. He did not come out.
And he still hit 2 officers in that hallway.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he came out or not. They were still under fire.
And again, Adrian isn't charged. Everything he's charged with what happened up until the shooter entered the school through a door that should have been locked. But they are playing all of this. Look at the result of it.
I want to talk a second then about the other individuals in the case. And let's start again when Adrian Gonzales arrived. What time was that again?
Is this when he drove through the west gate or when he parked? Approximately 11:31:55.
And Donald Page, did you represent him in the animation?
Yes.
Was he the second blue car that drove by and parked by where Adrian Gonzales was?
Yes.
What time did he park?
Approximately 11:35:10.
11:35:10.
Yes.
So 3 minutes and 15 seconds after Adrian Gonzales.
Approximately.
And then when did the 2 enter?
Page entered at 11:35, approximately 11:35:46, and Mr. Gonzales entered at approximately 11:35:48.
And we've had some talk and some testimony about Officer Hill. Do you recall that the dispatch called out for Geraldine and Old Carrizo Road?
I recall the Craspian dispatched to Officer Hill at 715 Old Carrizo Road.
It was not at Grove Street in Geraldine.
Correct, it was not.
And what time did Officer Hill arrive at Old Carrizo Road in Geraldine?
Approximately 11:35:16.
11:35.
I'm sorry, 11:33:16.
11:33:15. What time?
So
did the
he heard
gunman
the
enter
gunshots.
Bravo
Why didn't he move closer?
Approximately 11:32:59.
So 16 seconds before Hill arrived at Old Carrizo Road in Geraldine, the gunman was already in the building.
Yes.
I know it's on your animation, but where was that Old Carrizo and Geraldine?
This intersection right here.
And the gunman was already in the building about 15 seconds.
Approximately.
Which building? And then we have the 3 officers that arrived, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be Coronado, Salcedo, and Jesus Mendoza.
Yes.
And you showed that they arrived when the gunman was about halfway up, is that correct?
Correct.
And then shots were fired.
Yes.
And then do we see, when shots are fired, do we see Sergeant Coronado act?
By running away?
The prosecution keeps claiming, oh, look at the other officers acting. They stood hiding up in the corner, and then they drove around. I'm just going to check here. We are way behind again. Let's see here.
One other complaint on the line, and then we're wearing black and jeans.
Okay, shots fired. Here they are.
Oh, they have him cruising up real fast on that wall.
How come these have line of sight of somebody actively shooting? Keep shooting. He's right there. Approximately line of sight.
And your eye's going to be drawn toward movement. You're in hunt mode. Humans are incredibly good at noticing movement.
Here, at this point in time, they are covering behind here because they hear the gunshots.
But Adrian shouldn't be covering because he should know that the shots aren't coming toward him.
I can almost bet some of them saw him moving towards. Not a single fucker of these three. Remember, this gate is open. They can drive right to where the shooter is.
Yeah, that's why I didn't.
And they did fuck all.
I mean, if we are expecting Adrian to use extraordinary force, you could have had someone slow roll. Is it dangerous? Yeah, but slow roll, kids are in danger. Slow roll down the driveway. The guy behind him is putting out and suppressing fire. I mean, look, I watched Stranger Things a couple times.
They are still there while he's firing into the school.
We got fired.
Stand back. Stand back. Who gave that order? Not Adrian.
Adrian can't give orders.
Is that? But look, they were here. Boom, 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 boom. They were here, looking in direct line of sight.
And again, the sergeant who the officer said, "Can I take the shot? Can I take the shot?" He decides not to drive into the parking lot. You would assume if someone said, "Can I take the shot?" that they've seen him. He didn't say, "Where is he? Where is he? Where's he going?"
Yeah.
He decided to drive all the way around.
And also, when he says, "Can I take the shot?" then that is when he has clear view. He probably saw him up until, hey, now I have clear. And you see this movement. There are, when you fire a rifle, what happens? Puffs of smoke.
Also,
that is visible.
Notice the gait pattern changing, because when we start at the car, the suspect is moving incredibly slowly. He comes up, makes that curve, and then speeds up incredibly. And you'll notice as he's walking along the hallway or out on the outside of the building, they have him slow down, then speed up, slow down. It's not natural movement.
So they now. There's surveillance camera here who basically saw him, but that's grainy. I'm not sure if it actually shows how fast he was walking, So this is, in my opinion, in order for him to not be between cars, he has to be very slow there, because then he's
And
running towards the school all of a sudden.
and remember, in the security camera, we were able to see him walk. It was grainy, but he wasn't walking that slowly. And then it's right
And then all of
about
a sudden he turns
here.
into Usain Bolt right around.
Yep.
No,
Here we go. Yeah,
there.
right
He
there.
turns into Usain Bolt.
Then he starts running. Before he had impetus to run, he didn't know Adrian's behind him. So
No.
now he's running.
Yeah. And look at where they put him. In direct line of sight of Adrian. They know he is in between. He could be in between here, waiting for him to pass. I don't know. And where the fuck is Flores?
Yeah, again, so it makes it look like Adrian saw him, drove past for no gosh darn reason. And we know there's a reason that he went there.
Because she ran outside here. I assume because she was running towards here to warn.
Yeah, I could not get a good read as to where she was. I was, bless her, I don't know where she was.
I hope the defense have to bring up the fact that why didn't you put in Flores? The witness who more or less the state's case rests on. Yeah, but we are so far behind again.
If an officer were to move towards the fourth grade building, the brick of the building would provide cover.
We already established there's a fucking AC unit in the way. And the chain link fence on the AC unit only leaves like a foot of room on the corner.
And as to concealment, Adrian Gonzales and Lon Salcedo, who had better concealment during that period of time?
Mr. Gonzales.
What is concealment?
Concealment is where you can hide yourself or be hidden. However, bullets or projectiles can still perforate or go through what you are hiding behind.
And from the southwest corner, behind cover, toward where the gunman was at that time, what would be the backdrop?
That would be the west wall to the fourth grade building, as well as the windows on that west wall.
Is that from Salcedo?
Correct.
And from the southwest corner of the building? The southwest corner of the building and where the gunman was at the time. What would the backdrop be for that?
From here,
Yes,
from what position would I be looking?
from the corner looking toward the gunman.
So up here, if you were to look straight across, the backdrop would be back in here.
So which would have the safest backdrop?
In order for between Officer Salcedo and Mr. Gonzales, as far as taking a shot at that particular time, the safest backdrop would be from Officer Salcedo.
With the class behind it?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I misspoke because of the windows that are in here. With Mr. Gonzales, he does have a backdrop of this neighborhood here. However, there's a vehicle that was parked right here, a black Ford Expedition. Although a vehicle is not the best form of cover, the engine block can provide some cover. That would also help you use the angles to put the backdrop at the electrical box that was here, as well as any brick.
Describe where the electrical box was.
Right here.
Why does that improve the backdrop?
It's a large piece of metal equipment, and it's going to have a lot of components inside. Those components could act similarly to an engine block and could stop a projectile from penetrating or perforating through that object.
To go through and hit an unintended target.
Correct.
active shooter, the firing of the gun directs a police officer to do what?
To go to the shots,
For what purpose?
to stop the killing.
And is there a second prong to active shooting from stop the killing?
Stop the dying.
And so if somebody is in 111 and 112 firing, an officer's obligation under active shooting is to stop the killing and stop the dying?
Correct.
So
Has this officer ever been under
all
active fire?
individuals who are shot do not die.
He's an accountant.
Correct.
Some are injured.
Yes.
And what do injured people injured by gunfire need?
Medical attention.
And can that be?
He is not charged for what happened inside the school. This is so inflammatory,
okay.
prejudicial.
Here's the problem, Nick. I think that the state, again, that is how the defense sees the case. The
yeah.
state sees him as guilty for everything that the shooter did because he was able to get in the school, because it was solely Adrian Gonzales's responsibility that day, apparently.
Yeah. Even though we clearly see 3 cop cars with a clear line of sight, nobody drives there, even though, according to his animation, there were shots fired.
Yeah, and he just admitted that a car isn't great, coverage, but that it's got the engine block. Why didn't those assholes drive up the driveway?
If they had started driving towards him, would he have made a beeline towards the entrance?
School.
Yeah,
or
maybe.
would he have engaged?
Yeah.
That would have been a distraction, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Slow or should it be quick?
It should be as quick as possible.
Yeah, I'm sick of this.
All right,
I
let's go
want
to cross.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Nick. Sorry, I was like, please, can we just skip?
Mr.
I
Turner?
love that it's Friday and we
possible.
can do this.
Okay. Okay, so I'm sorry. And so you said initially you weren't doing how many?
The teams, the synchronization.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, safety. Pass the witness.
Yes, sir, thank you.
They need to do this
Ranger Hill, my name is Nico
clinically
Wood.
and annihilate
One of the
this guy.
lawyers is representing Mr. Gonzalez. You've testified before?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm gonna ask you questions, leading questions, some open-ended questions, but the rules allow that. And I'm gonna ask you specific questions, okay?
Okay.
And I'm gonna push back on you a little bit, but I want to give you a heads up.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and I'm not attacking your character, but I'm gonna attack your opinions
Do it.
and your perceptions, okay?
Yeah.
And if you don't understand my question, you just tell me, Nico, just repeat that, or I don't understand that, and I'm happy to do that, okay?
Yes.
What did you review and prepare in preparation for your testimony today?
I reviewed the critical videos that I used to prepare the synchronization. I reviewed the timeline events up to approximately 11:45
Where did you get the timeline?
a.m., as well as all the diagrams, the physical evidence that was collected, or the physical evidence log, as well as my reports.
And what reports did you create? Like individual reports from your earlier investigation?
Yes, yes.
And did you, I think I showed it to you earlier, you created Department of Public Safety Intelligence and Counterterrorism Critical Event Timeline?
There was an analytical team that I was a part of, and we compiled that timeline.
Right. When you say we, how many people? You and how many?
The team started out initially with 7, and then towards the end there were 3.
And you were one of the 3?
Correct.
Okay. And you have a copy of this critical timeline in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, good. So if I refer you to pages, I don't have to walk up every time. Can you have it ready, please?
If you could refer me to times.
Yes, sir.
I don't have the page numbers.
Well, they're on the bottom, right? TR?
They're not
0010.
on my copy. I don't have the page numbers, but the times will direct.
Fair enough. But then may I look at your copy really quick?
Sure.
You can keep it there. I'll go to you. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
He doesn't have it in page number order?
Apparently not. Yeah.
And so you said initially you weren't responsible or assigned to putting this timeline together initially, right?
Correct.
You did some interviews,
Correct.
and one of the interviews was of Gilbert Limones.
I interviewed Cody Bersanos.
Who interviewed Gilbert Limones?
I believe that was Ranger Barina.
But you reviewed that interview, right?
I didn't review Gilbert Limones' interview.
I want to make sure I'm clear. You're part of a eventually a three-person team that put all this together, and you didn't interview Mr. Limones? You didn't review his interview?
I didn't review it in preparation for trial. I reviewed it early on in the investigation.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm going to shift now to just the whole investigation and how you put this together.
Okay.
Okay. So you did review Gilbert Limones' interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And part of that interview, you had to reconcile what he said to his 911 call at 11:29:05, correct?
Yes.
And so if you can refer to 11:29:05, please. For the government, it's page 11, but I don't know if you have numbers. Go.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now the 11:29:05, do you see Gilbert Limones called 911?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
We didn't have the page numbers. And you can see in third paragraph, he says a lot of information to dispatch. Would you agree?
Yes.
And he says that there's someone shooting at the school, specifically. Third paragraph. Hurry, hurry.
Oh, yes.
He's shooting at the school, not around the school. He's shooting at the school. And as you know, as a ranger and investigator, at means something different, right?
You have to take it into context.
Okay, well, if I say I'm looking at you, does that mean I'm looking at Bill, Mr. Turner?
It's possible.
I can be looking at
What?
you and focused on you. I'm not talking about peripheral. I can look
Nick.
at you and I don't have cross eyes. I'm not looking. I can look at you and look at Mr. Turner at the same time.
Well,
Words mean something. Lawyers know this. And if you are part of the Texas Rangers, I'm sure you understand crafting very accurate words to be used in court. Gilbert Limones said he's shooting at the school, which means that the bullshit animation, he was close. He was at the school. So he wasn't, slow walking. He was already at the school. This officer or this person basically said, so what does at mean? And he's like, well, if you're looking at me, does that mean you can see Bill? Yes.
you can look at me and you can see him in your peripheral view.
I know. I said aside from peripheral, because peripheral is not focused, right?
Correct.
Right. So peripheral, you can see some of the jury like I can, but you can't describe what clothes they're wearing. Now you just turned your head. Now from your peripheral, can you describe clothes on the jury?
I cannot.
You cannot. So I cannot look at you and look at Mr. Turner at the same time. Would you agree?
I can speak for myself on that.
Okay. Will you look at Mr. Turner? Look at Mr. Turner, please. Can you see me in peripheral?
I can.
How many fingers I'm holding up?
I cannot tell.
Okay. So you cannot look at Mr. Turner and look at me at the same time, right?
I cannot.
Okay. That's all I was saying. It wasn't a trick question. And so when Mr. Limones, because you investigated this situation, he said the shooter is shooting, this person is shooting at the school. The vast majority of us, maybe not you, would think that those bullets are going to the direction of the school. Is that a fair statement?
I would say that they were going towards the school.
What's the difference between towards and at to you?
Well, in your definition, at is directly. I would, based on the context of Mr. Limones' 911 call, would interpret what he said is that the shooter is shooting towards the direction or in the direction of the school. Maybe not necessarily at the brick or a particular point.
If someone was pointing a gun at you versus towards you, would you feel any less safe or more in danger?
I would feel equally in danger.
Me too. But what we know though is that Mr. Limones said that to 911 early on, 11:29:05, And we know that the shooter entered the building. You said 11:32:59. Do you remember testifying to that?
When he entered the west door.
Yes, sir. It's really 11:32:58.
Approximately 11:30. Yeah, and
What does your timeline say?
so it's 11:32:58 with some milliseconds, and it rounds up. So it's an approximate.
Well, hold on, but in your timeline, it doesn't say 11:32:59, right?
No, it doesn't.
I think this is a timeline independent of any of the independent reports.
It
I
says-
think this is
Yeah.
the state's fuckery.
Yeah, in the official report from 2022, which you brought up, he was there 03 or something through the door.
Yeah.
11:32:58, but there were milliseconds on the back.
Real quick, does it say milliseconds on your report?
No, I took the milliseconds off, and the exporting program rounded up.
But you testified to this jury, and it's a second, but it matters because time is of the essence. That's been the theme for this jury. So, but your report, your timeline says 11:32:58, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you testified to this jury was 59.
I testified it was approximately.
Okay, but if anybody's looking at your timeline, it says 11:32:58.
Correct.
Okay. So, but we'll go back to 11:29:05. So 11:29:05 is almost 4 minutes before the shooter even enters the building, right? Almost, since we're approximating.
Approximately,
Let's
yes.
approximate together. Okay, so at 11:29:05, Mr. Limones is telling the dispatcher that there's an individual shooting at the school, correct?
Correct.
He also said he jumped into the schoolyard, so now he's shooting at the school, and now he's on the school property, correct?
Yes.
And then he says he's running toward the school, right?
Yes.
And does it give a description of what he's wearing? It's right, it's the next line under.
Which line are you referring to, sir?
I referenced he's running towards the school, right in the middle, and then right underneath it, it says he's wearing black, correct?
Correct. Correct. Yes, he's wearing black.
And he even says he's a young kid, so we know we're not looking for someone with gray hair, right?
Possibly, yes. Yes.
That's approximately. And so this is pretty detailed description of what Mr. Limones was telling the dispatcher almost 4 minutes before this shooter entered the school, right?
Correct.
And then the dispatcher said, I have officers there. I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect you with you, right?
Are you looking further down on the page?
Yes, sir, at the bottom of that same 11:29:05. Fourth line from the
Yes.
bottom.
Communication says they have units heading that way.
No, well,
and didn't discontinue.
didn't say heading that way. What does it say? Okay, sir. So since I have officers where?
Since I have officers there, yes.
So that the officers are already on the scene. That's what it sounds like. Fair enough?
Yes.
But there weren't officers there, right?
Not at that time.
And so the dispatcher used that excuse to get off the phone with Mr. Limones, right? Mr. Limones, right? I'm going to go ahead and disconnect.
I don't know that it was an excuse.
The reason, I'll say a reason. I'm sorry. The reason.
Possibly.
Well, it's not possibly. I'm going to go ahead and get off and disconnect with you because we have officers there. And that's typical when the officers arrive at the scene, now there's no longer a need for dispatch. So they say, now I'm off and now the officer can take the descriptions you're giving me, right? You know that as standard.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, just so the jury knows, so dispatch stays on the phone with a caller because there could be critical information that maybe other officers need before they arrive at the scene. So the dispatcher stays on the phone the entire time until officers are actually there, right?
Generally, yes.
Generally, and then they get off the phone. But officers were not there.
Correct.
So you agree that the dispatcher probably should have stayed on the phone with Mr. Limones?
Yes.
Okay. And then 5 seconds later at 11:29:10, that's when Amy Marin calls, correct?
Yes.
Now, did anybody interview Claudia Perez, who worked at the funeral home also?
I did.
Okay. And you know that Claudia Perez, during the interview, told you that the shooter squatted down between vehicles, correct?
I do recall her saying something like that.
And you also recall that Mr. Limones said that the shooter squatted down between vehicles at one point as well during his interview. He didn't say it during the 911, but during his interview.
It's been 3 years since I reviewed his interview, so I don't recall the specifics of what he said.
He testified to the jury. All I'm saying is that's consistent with what Claudia told you. Ms. Perez told you.
Okay.
Is that consistent if he said that?
If he said that, yes, that would be consistent.
But he also did that and said that in his interview. And so I want to talk, because I'm going to go down your timeline and then reconcile it with your testimony. Okay. So I'm going to try to, I'll look at my notes and then I'm going to go to the timeline. So
okay,
we'll go from there. Now, based off of what Mr. Limones said in his 911 call, that's not the information that was dispatched, correct?
Not all of it.
Well, what was dispatched? Do you remember?
Well, it was dispatched as a crash initially.
Right.
But that was as a result of Amy Marin's 911 phone call. And then around the same time, Gilbert Limones had placed his 911 phone call.
I'm saying the specifics, the specifics of what Mr. Limones notified dispatch on at 11:29:05, wearing black, shooting at the school, running towards the school, all those important critical details were not dispatched to law enforcement, correct?
Not at that particular time.
That's what I'm saying, but that's pretty important. If you would agree with this statement, right? If somebody's calling in saying, right now, there is someone shooting at a school and they're running towards the school and there's a description of this individual so officers can know what to look for, that is critical and time is of the essence in order to save lives. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And that wasn't done. Fair statement?
Not at 11:29:05, which was the beginning of Mr. Limones's 911 phone call. Obviously, the transcription here,
Yes, sir.
to get every sentence, we don't have each second. And so it starts with the phone call. I do know that approximately 30 seconds after that, I do believe Uvalde Communications did relay information about a person with a gun.
Yeah, but not the specifics that I went over with you, right?
I remember they're saying that they're with a gun initially, and then eventually wearing black clothing.
But eventually.
Jesus fucking Christ. Critical information was not relayed to the officers on site. How hard can that be to admit?
And how hard is it to admit that the witnesses said he crouched between cars? Between cars from two different. I didn't interview them. I mean, I looked at it for my timeline, but I didn't remember it.
He conveniently, and I think he's lying here, conveniently didn't review the things that spoke against the case. I'm saying he's a liar. He did review it, and he excluded it to make this seem. I'm getting that. Folks, I've been doing labor and employment law for well over 30 years, almost going towards 35 years now. I've sat across thousands of people trying to lie to me. Is it evidence? Absolutely not. I'm not a behavioral analyst or a voice analyst, but I am better at it than the average person, I believe. I say he's lying.
Yeah, so Texas Rangers of the accounting unit send someone who is tan because, like, we don't need a BP monitor. Dude's going to be cherry red by the end of this. So, yes, get someone who can hide their blush.
Eventually gets people killed, right?
It depends on the passage of time. How much time?
I know that. Eventually can potentially get people killed, right? If you wait and eventually relay important critical information, it could get people killed in a situation like this.
It's possible depending on how much time passes.
Oh, for fuck's
I'm giving you a
sake.
general question. That's why I said eventually. It's possible. And so let's go back to our timeline, or your timeline. And just before we get back to the timeline, you just compared an Apple phone to the funeral home, and you just, I mean, like right now my phone says 11:45. We just assume that Apple's correct, right?
The way that Apple does their time synchronization is very accurate. That was initially
trust
the way I
Apple?
approached the synchronization, but I did use another synchronization method to help narrow down or tighten the time.
I'm just saying, but this is how you started with an Apple phone, and then just kind of comparing it to what you saw on cameras, right? And by
At the very beginning, yes.
And so let's go back to your at 11:29:32. That's when you notify you notate that there's the shots fired at Gilbert Limones, correct? And Cody,
And possibly Albert Vargas.
because he was the person that was in the residence that came out as well.
Correct.
And you say possibly because did anybody interview him?
I believe he might have been interviewed, but I do not know that.
It didn't make your timeline though.
His interview didn't,
So got it.
or nothing about his interview.
But even before this though, the shooter had already tried to murder his grandma, right?
Correct.
And he shot his grandma in the face.
Yes.
And the person responsible for all this damage and heartache is dead. It's that same guy that tried to murder his grandma, right?
Yes.
And so back to our timeline, at 11:29:36, communication dispatches an officer, Randy Hill. Correct?
Yes.
And so he was specifically asked to go to route, right? To go to the incident. And he says, please be advised, shots fired. Right?
Yes.
Not shot fired at a school, correct?
Correct.
Not suspect wearing black,
Correct.
not suspect running towards that same school.
Correct.
Okay. And that would have been critical, you already said, right? For Officer Hill to know that information, right?
It would be important information, yes.
We're gonna get there. I might as well do it now just because I want to have context, because you testified to something specifically that I notated, and I want to talk about it. Then we'll come back to the timeline. You said that I believe you testified that Officer Hill arrived at the scene at 11:33:32. Do you recall that?
It would be approximately 11:33:16, 17.
Is that on your timeline?
That is not on the timeline.
And that's you making. Why is it not on your timeline?
After I had submitted this investigative packet, I was reviewing the Rob Channel 4 video and was able to narrow down the time that Officer Hill arrived at the intersection of Old Carrizo and Geraldine.
We'll talk about why he went to the intersection of Old Carrizo's in a second, but he didn't report in. He didn't call in when he got on the scene, right?
I don't believe he did.
Why would he not do that?
Did you tell the state when you narrowed down when Officer Hill showed up at the scene? Because it's not on your critical timeline.
Yes, I did.
When did you tell the state that information?
We've been talking about it probably for we had a meeting 2 months ago.
Was that
And
the
they
first
didn't
time
tell
you told the
defense?
state this new information?
He talked to the prosecution about when Hill arrived there, but he has no actual knowledge of when he was there.
And the state didn't give this information to the defense, that this was disclosed to them.
Yeah.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
I can't believe this is happening again.
I can.
They were discussing when Hill got there, put a timeline on Hill when he got there, and never disclosed it. Jesus Christ.
It's not on your timeline 2 months ago?
Officer Randy Hill was not, he wasn't, he was a person that showed up at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And I was reviewing through the Rob Channel 4 video to get a better an accuracy of when he arrived, because there were sirens that you could hear from the Rob Channel 4 surveillance video.
But you don't know that it's his sirens, right?
Well, when you see a vehicle with emergency lights flashing arrive at the intersection, and then just a few seconds later, and he's the only one, a few seconds later, you see Sergeant Coronado's dash cameras show that vehicle in the intersection.
So you said a lot there.
They were standing.
So when did you see lights arrive at that intersection?
As far as
what video did you see that on?
Rob Channel 4.
Rob Channel 4 meaning what?
There's the Rob Elementary surveillance video, the Channel 4 camera.
And what view is that showing?
That shows the East Breezeway.
East. That's a breezeway where Coronado was running down with Arredondo, right?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Yeah, and so that breezeway. You're talking about this breezeway, right? Well, then that's not where they ran down. They ran down over here.
They actually came from this location.
I'm talking about
ran down. No, there's the video camera is going to be up here.
Okay, so you're saying, well, Coronado and Arredondo ran down this way. You're saying that they parked up here?
Yes, and they also ran down this.
Yes, sir. They ran. This is the breezeway I was talking about. So you're saying, and so where was Hill parked? So Hill's dispatched to this incident, and he parks over here.
Yes.
Okay. And so on your timeline, it shows at 11:33:22 that he is standing by his car, right?
Correct.
He's not acting. Hill. He's not.
Yeah, he's standing by his car. So he got there before that time.
Yeah, there's 4 legs, so there's another asshole talking to him.
Yeah.
Doing anything, standing by his car.
He's exiting his car. He had just arrived at that intersection.
Well,
how do you know?
You can't prove that.
No. You heard the sirens.
Yeah, you guesstimated.
You guesstimated. You didn't actually see him arrive. You didn't see. There's no video presented in court that when he exits the car.
Oh, I know when he arrived.
Well, you weren't there.
I can see it on the Rob Channel 4 video.
But what I'm saying is, let's go step by step. At 11:33:22, when Coronado, because the jury's seen this, when Coronado's driving, we'll talk about why he went around. You see him standing there. He's not exiting. There's 4 legs. It looks like there's 4 legs by his vehicle, right?
He could have been standing momentarily.
Well, that's what I was asking you initially. At 11:33:22, your timeline says that he is standing by his vehicle, right?
Correct.
Later on, what made you focus on Hill to go back and look and to correct this new information that you told the government 2 months ago?
The sounds of the sirens that were captured on the Rob Channel 4 video that was in the breezeway on the east side of the school were very loud. They were louder from that microphone than what the sounds of the sirens that would have come from Officer Mendoza's.
We are going on your estimation of loudness.
Are you a sound guy, Mr. Hill? Are you a sound guy? Are you a forensic sound examiner?
Ologist.
Yeah. No, you're not. You're guessing and hoping that siren is Hill's car. And no. And have you tested the cameras audio against each other? Is this an amazing microphone and the others are worse?
Yeah, and is it different because it's in a breezeway that's outside versus ones that are in hallways inside? Genius.
Yeah. Jeez. Officer Saucedo's and Sergeant Coronado's vehicles as they were pulling up to the intersection of South Grove and Geraldine. I was curious if I could find out where those louder sirens that were captured on the Rob Channel 4 camera, where they were coming from. And I knew that Randy Hill and Justin Mendoza had arrived at that intersection.
Okay. And you said a lot, and I want to dissect it all, right? Did you tell the government that his arrival was not on your timeline?
I don't recall us having that conversation.
But you told them that there's new information. You said, what conversation were you having about this then? What did you tell them 2 months ago? I'm really trying to get a feel for that.
Well, it's not new information because the video had been existing the entire time.
Well, this is a
They
critical.
delivered to the defense 2 years ago.
Well, hold on.
They had the video for over 2
Okay,
years.
that's not an objection. Let's proceed.
Yeah, I mean, figure it out, I guess, right? So this is a critical event timeline. What does critical mean to you?
A critical event,
What, I didn't ask that. What does it mean to you? Give me a definition, please.
a very important event.
Very important event. So everything in this timeline is important.
At the time the timeline was created, yes.
That wasn't my question. Everything in this timeline is important, just in general, right?
Objection, that's been asked and answered.
I'm not even gonna respond, Judge. So everything in this timeline is important, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and specifically at the time the timeline was created.
And so in your important timeline, you notated that Officer Hill was dispatched to an incident where he was advised shots were fired at the school, right?
Yes,
And that was at 11/29/36.
yes,
Almost 3 minutes before the shooter enters the building.
are you talking about from 11/29/36?
To 11/32/58.
Approximately.
So it's a little bit more than 3 minutes, right? It's a little bit more than 3 minutes. I was rounding down, right?
Approximately, yes.
And so instead of going to the school, Officer Hill goes to a corner.
My understanding when I looked up the,
Listen to my question, please. You can answer. I'm going to let you talk. I've let you talk a lot. But my question was, after being dispatched to a school and a school where there were shots fired, he goes to a corner. Yes or no?
he goes to a corner of 715 Old Carrizo Road.
Yes. And that's a corner.
Correct.
And he was standing at that corner.
Momentarily, yes.
Well, you know he enters through the east door at 11:54:58, right?
Yes.
So he doesn't enter the building. He's dispatched before, more than 3 minutes before this animal enters the school. But doesn't enter the building for almost 25 minutes later.
That's correct.
Let's go back to our timeline. So now we're back in our timeline. And so you looked at the scene, and we're going to go through your opinion of your animation, because that animation is just your opinion, right? Based off what you looked at.
It's not my opinion. From a time perspective, it's based on the data that I observed.
Oh, you know, I'm going to ask you questions about where you placed the shooter at different times, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the animation is not, you're not looking at a video, superimposing the video onto your animation. You're making educated guesses. It's your opinion, right?
As far as what part of the video?
The whole
How
thing
he
is your
walked up
opinion.
to,
Based off information. I'm not saying you're making it up. It's based off your information, right?
The animation is not my opinion. I have no opinion.
Well, you can have an opinion of how close someone is, right? You had an opinion on what at versus towards is. That you had an opinion about that, right?
And you asked me my opinion.
That was my question. You had an opinion about what at versus towards is, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay, so all I'm saying is you have an opinion based off what the evidence shows, right?
The animation itself was derived from the data that
We already know he's lying. Now he's actively lying. Go back and watch the
the
voir dire.
prosecutor.
Yeah, the voir dire of this guy. When they tried to get this animation thrown out or not admitted, he admitted that he put a circle 6 foot in diameter around the shell casing. The shell casing is the end of that circle, not in the middle of it. And folks, through my own experience, a shell casing can go fuck more than 6 foot, especially from an AR weapon.
Especially if he's moving. There's a lot of different variables. These are multifactorial experiments that you would have to do in order to get rational probabilities to...
Let's see here. Let's go back to watch this. Remember these 3? These are shell casings where they were found. Look at where this fucker is putting the shooter. Oh, come on, stop doing that. Why? For the love of fuck.
Even Nick's internet is done.
Look at where he's placing the shooter. Right on top of the shell casing. Right on top of. It is physically improbable. And look, the cross here in itself is 6 feet from end to end. We don't know if that is where the casing actually is. And he still puts the shooter on top of the casing just to make this in line of sight. That is not following the evidence. That is subjectively altering for the perception of the jury to accept the state's narrative. He's lying, and he knows he's lying. Okay.
Meaning kind of marks, effects from the actual cartridge projectile coming out, right?
Which location are you referring to specifically?
The one defect that the government was talking to you about.
Okay, too far.
Be seen, right? The shooter was shooting towards the school, right, and running towards the school. That would have been important. It would have been critical.
Yes.
Okay, but it's not in here.
Correct.
Okay. And so while he's walking down, say no. You don't have to. If you want to banter with me, I'm happy to do that too. But just say no then, okay? Is that fair? Which is based off your opinion.
Objection, ask and answer.
No, Judge, he's being tricky, and I'm trying to ask him specific questions. I know they don't like the answer, Judge.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll sustain the objection to the sidebar, which wasn't made, and let's proceed.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask specific questions. You can say no. You don't have to. If you want to banter with me, I'm happy to do that too. But just say no then, okay? Is that fair? Okay. So this is based on, this is your rendition. The government asked you, it was your rendition. This is your rendition, the animation that we're gonna get to, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when we look at the open field and we see the shooter get out of his vehicle, because he's already shot towards or up at Mr. Limones and Mr. Briseño, correct?
And possibly Mr. Vargas.
Possibly, but you didn't review his interview, right?
I don't know that he was interviewed. I cannot recall.
He may have had important information on whether the shooter was shooting towards the school, right, and running towards the school. That would have been important. It would have been critical.
Yes.
Okay, but it's not in here.
Correct.
Okay. And so while he's walking down into Robb Elementary campus, we see no spent shell casings in this open area, correct?
Correct.
What assumption can you make? What opinion can you have about that?
That he didn't fire his firearm.
And then there's no casings anywhere here, correct?
Correct.
And so it is safe to say that at this point he wasn't shooting anywhere while he was walking towards this area.
Yes.
And this is, why did you give him this loop, this area here, this walkway, and then around?
When I was viewing the Hillcrest Funeral Home, specifically Channel 2 and Channel 4 camera angles, you could see the shooter walking from the crash site over to the school. Now, that's not going to be this exact path. This is not a scale diagram. I'm looking for key features in the graphs that were still existent on this particular Google overlay, and approximately positioned the shooter on that path.
But he could have easily just gone straight this way too, right?
It did not appear, looking at the Hillcrest video, that he went straight.
And appear means your perception.
My perception was that he didn't walk straight.
Your opinion.
It's based on analysis of it.
Your perception is your opinion, right?
In that particular case, yes.
There's no data points here. I mean, there's no casings, there's no footprints. That's what I'm saying. I'm just, that's not meant to be a difficult question. I'm just saying he could have gone this way too, right?
Correct.
Object to repetitive and badgering the witness. He's answered it 3 or 4 times, Judge.
Okay. I'll send the objection. Go ahead.
No, he's trying to avoid answering the question. Oh, fuck this guy.
Did you put in your animation that he was hiding between two cars?
He did walk between two cars.
Did you put that in your animation?
Yes.
Okay, we'll look at that. But you didn't put that he squatted down and hid between them, right?
That I could not verify if he actually squatted down and hid. I do know that he walked in between two vehicles.
Well, you knew that Mr. Limones said he couldn't be seen, right?
Yes.
You knew that Claudia Perez said he couldn't be seen, that he was hiding between two cars?
Yes.
Okay. But you decided not to put that portion in because you couldn't determine it.
I put the location that he walked.
Okay.
He could have squatted down in that particular location between the cars.
Okay.
Yeah, at no point in this animation is the shooter between two cars.
No, not at one point at all. Now he is between the cars and the building.
Yeah.
You talked about some. We're going to get to that defect in the corner. I want to go systematically. The way the government asked you questions bases the timeline. So I'm going to try to. If I jump a little bit, bear with me. I'll try to signpost where I'm going. Okay, so you know where I'm at. He asked you about room 102, 104, 103, and the defects there versus the shell casings, right? Remember that? And then he talked about a defect on that wing, that E wing, room 24, I believe it was.
Yes.
Okay. You don't know how the shooter shot the weapon, right? I'm not going to belabor this issue. I'm just trying to make a point. You don't know if he held it up on his shoulder or his hip.
Not for all the only shots we could see. His shooting platform was in the hallway, so no. From the outside, no.
Yes,
did not have anything.
And just so the jury knows, I don't know if they heard this term. What is shooting platform? So you can explain to them.
It's the positioning that you'll take when you shoot a firearm, and specifically in this case, a rifle. You can shoot it up. You can bring it down to the hip. You can assume a kneeling or a standing or a prone position.
And so outside, if somebody with bad intentions, with intent to shoot up the school, swung their gun up to shoot 102, 104, there could have been what's an accidental discharge. What we explain to the jury what that means?
Accidentally pressing your finger on the trigger and firing an unintended shot.
Right, an unintended shot, and that means that they don't have muzzle control or trigger discipline, right?
Correct.
Okay. And meaning trigger discipline, they're putting their finger on the trigger before they're intending to shoot, and they're pointing the barrel, the muzzle, in a direction that they're not intending to shoot.
Yes.
In law enforcement, it's called maybe sweeping. If I don't have muzzle control and I sweep this way, but this is my barrel, my muzzle, that's sweeping. That's poor muzzle control, correct?
Correct.
And then discipline, meaning I'm not indexing my finger, I'm inside the trigger guard, and that means there could be an accidental discharge if I'm excited.
Correct.
And so indexing means keeping your finger high and outside the trigger guard, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if somebody was shooting low from hip, low ready, but low from here, and was intending to shoot in this direction, but on the sweep, came up this way, started shooting early, that could be an explanation for that one-off defect high on that building, correct? Could be.
Which location are you referring to specifically?
The one defect that the government was talking to you about, remember that one? And that
But the shots. I'm sorry.
The 24,
So,
the one that
there's
went
one
into
defect
room
I am-
24. The one that you have, you spend time with the PVC pipe, the one that's not like the others.
Yeah.
Weaponized stupidity is a weapon that I fall for
Yeah.
every time.
Yeah. He conveniently removes things. As he said, well, I cannot verify that. You can't, there's a lot of things you can't verify. So you put him where there's absolutely no evidence he was instead?
building?
Yes, I remember that one. Now, the 102 shots for the cartridge casings that were there were the same amount of defects in the window.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying if somebody walks up
Yes.
here intending to shoot this and I'm not going to go through it again, and has poor muzzle control, bad, trigger discipline, puts his finger in accident, this could be a one-off as he's trying to swing it this way to shoot this building up.
It's
It's
possible.
possible, right?
Yes.
But if somebody was on that side of the building claiming that that shooter was shooting at them multiple times, what would you expect to see on the southeast and the south side of that building? What would you expect to see?
If they were shooting at them multiple times,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Depending on how they were holding the rifle, if they were using a good shooting platform or holding the rifle properly, I would expect to see projectile defects in the structures.
Right, those defects meaning kind of marks, effects from the actual cartridge projectile coming out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there was none, other than that one off high up, there was no other defects on those buildings that you saw?
Not that we found.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not that you didn't find them, they just weren't on the buildings, right?
Correct.
I mean, it's not like they were on the buildings, but you passed them.
In those particular areas, no. Now, if the round would have gone high and over the school and landed in somebody's backyard, we weren't able to.
Yes, sir.
To know that.
Now, at some point, when you were talking about, we're going to get back to our timeline. At some point in this incident, you had talked about some of these windows had been broken out because law enforcement were helping children get out of the room, right?
Yes.
You're aware now that Adrian was one of those officers that was helping children get out of those buildings, right?
Yes.
That building. So let's get back to our, so the first dispatch to Officer Hall is at 11:29:36, correct? Hill, did I say Hall? I'm sorry, Hill.
Yes.
Okay. He goes to a corner and does not go to the school, correct?
Not as soon as he gets to the intersection, but he does form up with another group of officers.
Yeah, but he's not going to the gunfire, right?
It's a few seconds from what I recall from when they arrived to when they actually start making their movements towards the school.
No, you just
Taken
No, you
25
said he
minutes to get
was.
to that school.
That's through the east door.
Did he go in another door that we don't see?
There was a group of officers that actually ran to the east side of the fourth grade building and positioned outside the east wall of the fourth grade building.
Yeah, but there's a big deal made of when Adrian got there, when Adrian went into the building, what Adrian saw, what Adrian knew, what Adrian was told, what Adrian perceived. So don't you think it's only fair that we look at what other officers saw, perceived, did, and entered? Can we do that, please?
Yes.
Okay, so that's all I was saying. He didn't enter this building for 25 plus minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I was asking. And so we'll talk about what he was doing or not doing, but he wasn't running towards the gunfire.
He actually was with the group of officers running towards the fourth grade building.
not until after.
25 minutes. Jesus.
When he already knew the guy was inside.
And pinned down.
Motherfucker.
He just didn't enter.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but he didn't, with their perception, running to the gunfire is going to it, right? So is your opinion to this jury that Officer Hill was running to the gunfire?
I'm not Officer Hill. I didn't speak with him. I don't know what he was running towards. I just know that he was running towards the fourth grade building with other officers.
So then it's your opinion that Adrian he not only drove towards the gunfire, he also made it into the building and he ran to the gunfire too then, based off your analysis, right?
I'm sorry, you said about Mr. Gonzales, he drove to the gunfire?
You agree that Mr. Gonzales drove into the gunfire, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he actually went to the gunfire because he made it into the building.
Yes, eventually, yes, he did.
Well, way more than 25, 30 minutes before Hill did, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was asking. So at some point, and there still hasn't been an accurate communication of what Mr. Limones had told the dispatcher back when he called at 11:29:05, right? It still has not been, no one knew exactly all those details, right?
For that first dispatch?
Yes, sir,
Is that what
at
you're referring to?
11:29:05.
That's going to be Gilbert Limones' 911 phone call?
Yes, sir.
And which radio communication are you referring to?
I'm just
Just in
saying,
general?
nobody had that information at that point. No one had, let's be specific. Since they asked you about when Adrian showed up, Adrian parks his car at 11:30 11:31:55, correct?
approximately.
Approximately. He didn't have the information that Mr. Limones was telling the dispatcher, correct?
At that point,
The answer is no, because she didn't put it out, idiot. You don't
he
even need to
arrived,
read.
Mr. Gonzalez parked at 11:31:55, and the radio transmission came out 11:29:36.
No, the information. Jesus fucking Christ, you elusive snake. You know exactly what the defense is asking about. And you're pretend stupid about it. The information.
Yep. I
Young
will be
man.
drinking in the afternoon.
For the love of fuck.
How his radio was programmed, it's possible that he
Well-
had access to that.
Well, 11:29, say what, 36? That was, the dispatch was to Randy Hall.
Yes, but the way the radio systems work, other officers can hear that traffic as well.
Well, it depends how they're programmed, right?
That's true,
And
yes.
all I'm saying is, all it said was shots fired, shots fired. That's why I was saying, nobody knew the information that Mr. Limones was telling the dispatch. That's all I asked you initially.
Not the detail of it.
That's what I mean. So when Adrian's included in everybody, right? Nobody, right? Adrian is included in all the other officers. Can we treat him like the other officers?
Yes,
Okay. So he didn't know at 11:31:55, he did not know what Mr. Limones was reporting to dispatch.
not the details, but he may very well have heard this radio transmission.
I understand. I'm talking about specific details, right?
I'm not Mr. Gonzalez. I don't know what he heard.
Based off the radio transmission. The radio transmission says an accident, shots fired, essentially. That's what she dispatched Hill to go do, right?
Correct.
If I have you en route to Old Carrizo's Road, that's what she tells him to do. I have one vehicle accident, white pickup truck crashed in a ditch. I have a caller advising me, male subject has a gun. Shots fired, shots fired.
Yes,
So everybody could have heard that possibly, depending how their radio was programmed, but that's all they heard.
possibly, yes.
But that's not all she was told.
That's not possible. That is the exact words spoken on radio. That's not possible, you twat. Lying sack of shit.
That's not all the detail that Limones gave.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying, so there's a disconnect there in information. But that information is critical for every one of these officers, because they're going into this circumstance, right?
It is critical information, yes.
So Adrian shows up, and his car at 11:31:55 is parked by that fourth grade building, right?
Kind of to the southeast of that building and just to the west of the building.
I want to punch this guy.
He's gonna get a picture up for us, but until then, I wouldn't waste his time. Yeah, you can use your pointer.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Roughly about that location right there.
And we'll get the actual picture. But so at some point, there's a description of there's something put out there that someone's running, that there's some suspect running, right? At some point.
I believe so, yes.
And so you know now, and during your investigation, that Adrian Gonzales was driving towards a person running.
Yes.
So potential information he could have had is there's an accident, there's someone running towards the school, there's a gun, and there's shots fired. And Adrian Gonzales doesn't stop on a corner. He goes all the way into the school, right? Towards a person running.
Yes.
Officer Hill didn't do that, did he?
As far as when?
Well, I mean, when he first got to the scene, let's talk about both officers first getting to the scene. Mr. Gonzales, because they compared Saucedo to Gonzales, and I'm going to get there in a second. Let's compare Hill to Gonzales. They both have the same information. Gonzales drives into the scene towards someone running that he thought could have a gun. Hill stops on a corner, right? In general, basically.
Momentarily, yes.
Okay, momentarily. Okay, that's good. So can you see this over here? This is
Yes.
Defense Exhibit 8. And we see,
Ooh.
Yeah, that's very close to fourth grade.
Yeah.
He drove
Yeah.
Very near.
Let's see here. We are 50 minutes behind. We're not going to have lunch again. I'm going to.
If you want to take a break and go eat, no, I can't do the thing, but I can pull up the feed on my feed and then.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Towards that location, and there was somebody there, my understanding.
Now, it ended up not being the shooter, but we're making assessments at the time because what we have to do is analyze, as you said earlier, each individual officer's decision-making based off what they knew at the time, right? What they were dealing with. And so at the time, Officer Gonzales thinks that knows, or hears, he doesn't know for sure yet, that there was an accident initially, that there was someone with a gun, there were shots fired, and there was some type of running towards or at a school, roughly.
Yes.
Okay, and he goes towards that. He's acting. Would you agree that this is a person of action?
He's driving to, I guess, what he perceives as somebody standing there, or if I recall correctly, has fallen down.
Standing there? No, she was running.
No, she was running and falling down. You know this, officer. Why do you keep? Oh.
Right, but they were running first. Remember, because you have to either walk or run before you can fall, right?
Yes.
And so
well, not necessarily, but.
Well, if Ms. Flores said she was running, she testified to this jury, you believe that I told you that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's about 20 minutes
Mr.
left
Gonzales
before
is
lunch.
Acting. You believe this is action, correct?
It's action.
Okay. And so once he gets there, I noticed not in your critical timeline, there's not a place that acknowledges what Melanie Flores told this jury. And what she told this jury, just so you know, is that she was with Adrian Flores dealing with this situation for 2 to 7 minutes. That's not in your timeline, right?
When this timeline was created, it was just based upon the initial interviews, and I'm going off of what Melanie Flores' initial interview contained.
Well, that's she only interviewed twice, right?
I don't know for sure. I know there was something after the initial interview, but I was not a part of any of that.
She's a critical part of their indictment. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're telling me that you weren't asked to look at both of her interviews and incorporate that in this critical timeline?
I only looked at her first interview. I didn't see the second interview.
And then the first interview said, basically what I'm telling you, they both collectively say this, but that she came in to interview with you guys 7 days later, right? You guys didn't go to her, she came to you.
I didn't conduct the interview.
Did you review it at all?
It would have been about 3 years ago, and I don't recall the specifics of the interview.
How in the love of fuck are you creating a timeline and actively excluding
Things.
a person who was actually there? Now, we know she's full of, she's misremembering things, but she's crucial to the state's case. Why would you exclude that?
I am.
Yeah.
They're relying on her specifics, and then they have you as a witness to testify to this jury. You understand why I'm asking you specifics, right?
We had Ms. Flores come testify, Your Honor. That's what she said.
Then why put him up on the stand?
Okay, neither one are legal objections. Overrule, proceed.
Okay, so you can understand why I'm asking you specifics at least, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so I understand what your answer was, but that's not incorporated. Her 2 to 7 minutes with Mr. Gonzales after he drove to this dangerous situation is not incorporated in your critical timeline, right?
The unaccounted time for Mr. Gonzales would be incorporated in the timeline.
And see, that's where I'm going. See,
Unaccounted.
they want you to.
Yeah, you put in other officers. You put in the I'm almost said the graveyard people, but the funeral home people. Why would you not? Why would you actively exclude a person who was right there?
Because it makes it look like Adrian was running away.
Yeah.
It's so dirty.
Yeah.
Testify to this
Unaccountable.
unaccounted time, and if this unaccounted time was told under oath to this jury of a 2 to 7 minute timeline, it's not unaccounted anymore, right?
From my perspective,
Let me ask you a
because-
question. I don't want your perspective right now. I don't mind it. If there's unaccounted time that the government wants you to testify to this jury, because they want this jury to hold Adrian Gonzales
Objection,
accountable
Your
for
Honor,
unaccounted
what the
time.
state wants, that has nothing to do with questioning the
Sustained.
witnesses to fact.
So let's talk about unaccounted time. There's 2 to 7 minutes that Ms. Flores testified to this jury that she's with Adrian Gonzales at that exact scene. That's important if you're analyzing unaccounted time. Wouldn't that be something you would have wanted to know? That's all I'm asking.
I didn't have access to that particular type of information.
Oh, I know, and I'm not blaming you for it, by the way. I understand that, Ranger. I'm just saying that would have been important information for you to know if you're analyzing unaccounted time.
It would be important information, but I actually prefer not to have that information in advance. Because I used my.
I want to make sure I understand you, because I don't want to misstate something. So you're here to analyze, give your opinion of unaccounted time to this jury, and you don't want to know of potential reasons for that unaccounted time, because then it would be accounted for.
My role in this particular part was
Did you
to.
hear my question?
Objection, Your Honor.
I asked a specific question, Judge.
Let him answer the question.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer, sir. Finish your answer.
Yeah, all I'm saying is
Judge,
if you're
I
here,
think you just said
well,
he finished his
he
answer,
sustained,
he didn't let him.
he overruled your objection, Bill.
But he said he let him.
Yeah,
No,
let,
that means he didn't answer my question.
let's restate the question. Listen carefully, Ranger, and answer it as quickly and as specifically as you can, okay? Go ahead.
If you're analyzing unaccounted time, and there's a potential reason for that unaccounted time, 2 to 7 minutes, would that be important for you to analyze unaccounted time? That's all I was asking.
Yes, it would be important.
That's all I was asking. And so that's not in our critical timeline, but that's something that was testified to. So we have Adrian with Ms. Flores for 2 to 7 minutes. And I know that's a range, but that's her testimony, okay? And so they were asking you that it took between the time Adrian shows up and the time that the shooter goes into the building. I thought you said it was 1 minute and 4 seconds. Do you remember saying that? Yeah.
That would be the time between when Mr. Gonzales parked to when the shooter entered through the west door, approximately 1 minute and 4 seconds.
So
If he is preoccupied with a hysterical woman for 2 to 7 minutes, does that account for that fucking minute? I might be pissed off drunk even before slightly buzzed today.
I know, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Oh, folks, 5:30 p.m. today, slightly buzzed Friday show.
Your critical timeline, by the way, so let's just go over it really quick. 11:29:05, 911 call Limones, right?
Yes.
Okay. 11:29:36, it's not on here. Hill is dispatched to this location.
Yes.
11:32:23, we're going to get there, but I'll give you kind of a heads up. Mendoza shows up at the scene. Correct.
Yes.
11:32:29, Saucedo shows up, correct?
Yes.
11:33:32, Coronado shows up, right?
Yes.
11:32:58, shooter enters the building.
Yes.
58, I'm sorry, not 38, 58.
58. Yes.
And 11:32:59, it's going to be critical in a second. Adrian says something over the radio about maybe where possibly the shooter could be.
You want me to look it up?
Yes, sir. If you didn't look at it yet, yes, please.
Yes, I found the transmission.
Okay.
They are not back from lunch yet, by the way. So this
So
drew
11:31:55.
out.
Adrian parked. Correct?
Correct.
And then now you know, but you didn't know it at the time. There's a 2 to 7 minute period where Adrian is dealing with gunfire because he can hear it too. We're going to talk about that 14 seconds later. And he's dealing with a frantic individual in front of him. Okay, right?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe you don't know this, but she testified that she's telling him south entrance, west side. I mean, there's a lot of things going on at that time, and that's understandable because she's under stress.
Objection, that's a misstatement of evidence. She never told the officer the south entrance.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyers say in their questions, as I've told you before, is not evidence. If your recollection of the evidence you heard differs, rely on.
She didn't testify to it in court, but that's what she told the Rangers in her interview until they had to correct her.
Yeah.
Your own recollection. Proceed.
But now that you've reviewed her interviews, you know that the ranger and Mr. Garza here, their investigator, had to correct her and said the shooter did not enter through the south building. You know that she was corrected during one of her interviews, right?
I wasn't aware of that.
You weren't aware of that? Okay, well, I will represent you and they're not going to correct me because she was corrected, okay? So 11:31:55, and you're saying 1 minute and 4 seconds later, the shooter enters the building, right?
Yes.
So if the shooter enters at 11:32:58, that's where you're getting the 1 minute and 4 seconds, right?
Yes.
And so this is what we're really talking about. We're talking about 1 minute and 4 seconds when somebody's claiming that Adrian shows up on the scene, dealing with everything, and the shooter's in the building, right?
What about that time?
Well, he shows up to the
Correct.
scene. He's dealing with someone frantic. He hears gunshots because 14 seconds later, he says, shots fired, right?
Right.
He's trying to observe and orient himself, and then maybe he's getting shot at. He doesn't know where this fire is coming from, correct?
Correct.
And 1 minute and 4 seconds later, the shooter's in the building. Right?
Yes.
And once the shooter's in the building, Adrian doesn't know when he went into the building. There's no evidence that shows that, right?
Correct.
Because he's on the southeast side and there's no line of sight, correct?
Correct.
He had no idea that he had entered the building at 11:32:59, right?
There was some radio transmission, I believe, by Sergeant Coronado saying that he may have made it inside the building.
Then why did
But-
Sergeant Coronado drive away?
There was somebody that had radio transmission.
Yeah, then why did he drive? Well, we heard from Sergeant Wadler, but he thought he was going to go through the school, so he drove all the way around to try to intercept him. And I don't know how soundproof that school is, but he's already been firing through windows. How
And-
can he drive around and not hear all those shots fired?
Yeah, and if they don't have a tactical channel where it's all of them together, then
But it wasn't Coronado, right?
I can't say for certain.
But you just tried to tell the jury that it was Coronado, but it wasn't Coronado, right?
There was transmission shortly after
After
the
what?
shooter entered through the west door.
Yeah, so shortly after is 11:32:59.
After.
Will you look at your critical timeline and tell me what that is?
This is when Officer Gonzales says going to be on the west side of the school, by those vehicles. Supposed to be wearing all black.
What is supposed to mean to you? So when someone says supposed to be doing something, it indicates that they didn't see, they're being told something. So supposedly this is what's happening, right?
And that's possible.
In general. And so he says supposed to be wearing black. So by the time Adrian shows up on the scene, is dealing with a frantic witness, and there's nothing, Miss Flores, I'm not criticizing her at all. She's got a lot going on. She told kids to go back inside. She's fallen. She thinks she's being shot at. She's hearing sounds. There's echoing, right? He's dealing with her. He finally gets oriented. He reports at 11:32:09, shots fired, right? That's from Adrian Gonzales. Okay, so he's there. He's got to get out of his vehicle. He sees a potential victim. He doesn't know. He thought it was the suspect as he drove into it because he took action. And he takes more action by getting out of his vehicle. He didn't stay in his vehicle, right?
Based on what you're telling me in his interaction with Miss Flores, yes, he didn't stay in his vehicle.
I appreciate you trusting me. I really do. But based off of your interview, based off your investigation, you know he got out of his vehicle.
I didn't conduct an interview, but yes, he did get out of his vehicle.
But you did do an investigation, right?
I participated in the investigation, yes.
But that
What?
participation has a critical timeline that everybody's depending on, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you know he got, so that takes more action to get out of your vehicle, right?
Yes.
And then if there's shooting going on, you have a better chance or a worse chance of surviving if you get out of your vehicle?
You have a better chance if you get out of your vehicle.
Get out of the vehicle or stay in your vehicle and try to hide and not be seen to get shot?
As me being a police officer, I would not want to stay in my vehicle.
Tactically, right? You'd either get behind the engine block or you'd run.
Or find some other cover or go
I got it.
to the threat.
Right, but you don't get out of the vehicle and subject yourself maybe just to stand around and pace, right? You wouldn't be pacing back and forth.
I would not.
Okay. And so all I'm saying is he gets there, he says shots fired 14 seconds later because he hears them himself, right? And he wants to relay, part of your training is to communicate to other officers to let them know, hey, there's shots fired, heads up, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then between here and here, a minute, give a different color. Thank you. So from here to here is a minute and 4 seconds, right?
From the 11:31:55 to the 11:30
To 58.
59. Yeah.
58,
Yes.
right? That's a minute and 4 seconds. At 11:32:59, Adrian, after getting information from the witness, listening, because he never saw the shooter, but he's listening to things, he's giving an approximation. He's making educated guess to notify their officers, west side of the building, west side.
To testify, this is not asking a question, Tom.
He's relaying information, Judge. I'm just trying to.
Okay,
You're saying what?
go ahead and ask the question, please.
Okay. He transmitted. They transmitted. Adrian transmitted information to everybody on the radio, correct?
Yes.
And part of that transmission is he says supposed to be wearing black, correct?
Yes.
And that was a second after the shooter had made it in the building, correct?
Yes.
And that's consistent with someone who has never seen this shooter. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and so he obviously had no idea when this person entered the building. So he's relaying the information as soon as he's gathering it, he's relaying the information, correct?
Yes.
But the shooter's already in the building.
At that time, yes.
And the time that he shows up at the scene to the time the shooter gets into the building is 1 minute and 4 seconds, right?
Through the west door, yes.
Okay. And then once he makes it in that building, 20 seconds later, he's assaulting those children.
Objection to statement of fact, Your Honor, it was 45 seconds.
Okay, let me, I'll make it real easy, Judge, if you will.
Well, I need to repeat it. The objection is overruled. Rely on your own recollection, ladies and gentlemen. Proceed.
Okay. Does someone have to enter a room to assault somebody with a weapon?
No.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So do you mind if I use an example, you and I or if I'm shooting at you hypothetically?
Please.
Okay. If this is a door in front of you and I'm standing outside that door and I have a weapon and I'll still aim down and I'm shooting at you with this weapon through the door, am I assaulting you?
Yes.
So the assault happened 22 seconds later, right? You can look at your timeline.
From the hallway, yes.
Yes, sir. From when he enters the building at 11:32:58, in 20 more seconds, he goes down to 112 and he starts shooting that door. 22 seconds, I think it is.
Do you want me to calculate that for you? Or?
No, you don't need to do it for me, but do it for the jury, please.
Meanwhile, a dozen other cops is walking on the wrong fucking side of the school, doing fuck
Yes,
all
approximately
nothing.
22 seconds.
Okay, that's what I said, 22 seconds. So 22 seconds later, he walks to 112 and just starts shooting through the door. So he's assaulting those children in those rooms.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Thank you. That would
And so all of
not
that.
cover
is
all of
calculated.
it, but it
And so-
will help. UK, Anton.
You're
£5
trying
for
to
booze.
analyze and hold Adrian responsible for a minute and 4 seconds plus 22 seconds, right?
There's additional time to consider.
I got it. But essentially, I'm talking about when he gets into the building, which he didn't know it happened, to when he starts assaulting those children. It's a minute and 26 seconds.
From the time he starts shooting into the classrooms.
That's from getting into the building to shooting the classrooms. It's a minute and 22 seconds.
No, it's.
I'm sorry. From when he gets there, from Adrian gets on the scene to him shooting the classrooms, it's a minute and 26 seconds.
To starting to shoot in the classrooms,
Right.
yes.
That's it. And this whole time, Hill is still at the corner somewhere, right?
He arrives at the scene, like I said earlier, approximately 11:33:17 is when he parks at the intersection.
That's what your opinion, that part's not in the critical time. That's your later on assessment, right?
I did observe it on a camera angle, but yes.
Did anybody ever interview Hill?
I don't recall.
Would it have been important for someone to ask Hill, why didn't you go to the school and why did you stop on a corner?
I can't answer that question. I wasn't involved in any of those interviews.
No, but I'm asking you, in your opinion, your training experience, would it have been important for us to consider why Hill went to a corner when he's dispatched at 11:29:36, 3 minutes before this person even enters the building, why he went to a corner instead of to the school? Wouldn't that have been important to ask?
It would have been an important question to ask, along with why you responded to the school and your actions around your once you actually arrived at the school.
Yes, sir. But that wasn't done by anybody. It's not your fault, and that just wasn't done.
I don't know if he was not interviewed or was interviewed. I'm not sure.
That would have been important to put in here, right?
The timeline doesn't include every single event that occurred. You'd have to go to all of the investigations.
We know, fucktwat, because you didn't
That's
even
what we're
include
pointing-
Flores.
That's what we're pointing out, that this critical timeline that you say is the most critical, that takes care of everything, isn't
Lacks
being...
a whole fucking lot of information.
Reports in order to get more details about those interviews.
Well, I'll represent you. We don't know why he went to that corner, okay?
All right, folks, let me go ahead and give you your lunch recess at this point. Take an hour, get back as quick as you can, and remember my instructions. We'll be in recess for 1 hour, which make it 1:35. Would everyone rise for the jury?
We have 5 minutes to spare. 6.
So, for fuck's sake. Hey, the eagle is back. We don't have to watch the clock.
I did notice that the pacing was brought up, so I think we're going to get Coronado pacing.
Yeah. Yeah,
And we're
definitely, because where the fuck was Flora?
Where was Coronado?
She got the clothing wrong. She got the beard wrong on the Gonzales. She actually had no idea, and she was, according to herself, with him for 2 to 7 minutes.
Yeah.
What if she was still around there somewhere, looking up, seeing Sergeant Waddle just pacing back and forth, and just incorporated that? Speculation, but then again, nothing she says makes sense.
Yeah, and we don't know how the jury is reacting.
Yeah, that's not a timeline. That's a list of convenient participation. He excludes a whole fucking lot of information in it.
Yeah, and then doesn't admit that information was excluded. Well, he could have found out, like, out. He drove in, he had a minute to orient himself, and then he was going toward the gunfire.
I'm just saying that this guy made a very, very convenient timeline. Then he did this animation, which is absolute horse shit. As he puts the shooter on top of the casings and then adds a 6-foot diameter around it, making it seem like he's within the line, not only within the line of sight from where Gonzales parked, but from within line of sight from when Gonzales drove in. Let's go back and look at it.
Hey, Nick, I'm going to hop off
Yeah.
and get things ready for the stream. So thank you. I will be on my channel getting stuff ready.
Yeah, do so. And I will just finish off here. But look at this. Remember this. I'm going to remove sound here. Where is there? Look at, let's go back 5 seconds. Look at where the state puts the shooter, right there. According to the state, Gonzales is here with the shooter more or less directly in front of him, shooting into the school. This is false. That is so false. And again, he drove there because Miss Flores was there. And they didn't include Miss Flores, who also, if this was correct according to the state's timeline, she actually would have, she would have been within 10 fucking feet of the shooter, according to this animation. I don't have strong enough words for what the prosecution is doing here. This is worse than Binger in the Zachariah Anderson case. This is worse than Brennan in the Ken Reed case. This is up there with McLeland in the Delphi case, with the absolute ruthless disregard of actual evidence. Yeah, as Tim said, that in no way possible, especially with prior witness testimony. And this guy on the stand admitted, no, he couldn't care less about people telling he's crouching between cars. But he says, oh, well, I couldn't verify that, so I fuck it. It didn't include the Flores. I watched the first interview and decided to, fuck it. He's removed. Oh. Folks, I'm going to send you guys off to Mow in the Deep End. I need a drink. It's 8:35 p.m. where I am, so it's kind of allowed. After Mow in the Deep End and the afternoon session, it is Slightly Buzzed Friday Law Show, 5:30 p.m. on my channel, where there are drinks, there are cases with better use of my snark. Better use of my snark. Maybe with people, let's end this Friday on a positive note at my channel, 5:30 p.m. Slightly Buzzed Friday show. I'm going to send you guys over to Mo. Has she started yet? Yeah, she has. So no outro. I'm just going to send you guys over. So thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to Dave for $5. Thank you to Beverly Flo. Becoming a member. Is that the same Beverly? Is that Miss Flores? Or somebody joking around? I don't know. And thank you to UK Anton, £5 for booze. It will come in handy. All right, I'm going to send you over.